this is gonna work. Are we live or are we not live? I think there's a delay between when I hit go live, and there we go. Yeah, okay. So this is interesting. This is fun. Doing these on YouTube now. I used to do these on Twitch from 2019 to 2021. I did these like almost every day. So it's fun to start doing this again on YouTube. So um, okay. So yesterday we went through some games on Steam Next Fest. Actually, let me let people know that I'm live. Video notifs, and we are live. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yesterday we went through quite a few mystery games for Steam Next Fest. We played through some of those, and they were a lot of fun. As usual, they're always a lot of fun, and it's always what these fests remind me of why I like mystery games so much, and it's because you see all the creativity that these developers put into their games, and you realize that there's more than one way to make a mystery game, and there's so much creative potential that most of the time I've been making mystery games, which was like, I mean, I started out doing this in like 2010. Even earlier, I learned how to make games in the first place. So, like my concept of what a mystery game was, and I didn't even really think about them in terms of mystery games. I thought them as like mystery visual novels, right? Uh, the term has evolved so much to where you can integrate that mystery into any kind of gameplay mechanic, into any kind of gameplay genre or subgenre. So it's like there's so much potential, and the fact that you can see that in these games is so cool. And this right here, what you're looking at on my screen, this is our newsletter on Substack, Mystery Game Dev, and these are free articles I put out every week, every Monday, and they just teach you how to make a mystery game, and they also sort of teach you how to well, they teach you how to make mystery games, but they also inform you as to what is going on. So there's like trends, there's new mystery games every month. I talk about mystery games that are coming out each month. Um, I do a lot of like analysis here. There's some more statistical analysis there. We got some down here as well, I think, all the way down here. Yeah. Um, games that are trending, games that are, different ideas for different games, how to make your own game, stuff like that, and the game jam events that we hold every few months. And there's another one coming up soon. Uh, so you can follow all of us, all of our information, learn all about what we're doing at Mystery Game Dev on the newsletter at this website. And yeah, or you can just subscribe on the YouTube channel, because I'm going to be putting more stuff on YouTube as well. So, um, but it all takes time. Everything takes time, and uh, like it's no exaggeration to say that this stuff takes time. I just finished the Mystery Game Masterclass. That's the one and only online course that you will find on how to make a mystery video game. There's nothing like that anywhere else out there, and it took me more than, I mean, it took me at least 6 months to make all of these videos. Um, and you can just read this article if you want to. And I go through every single thing. There's 6 frameworks in this course that solve the major problems you run into when you go from not even knowing what idea you have uh, all the way to having a playable prototype. So there's just so much that you need to learn that I wish I knew when I was starting out uh, 15 years ago. And this course just puts it all in one place. And it's just like other courses that you might find from other game developers, uh, or other game development groups, or influencers, as you might call them. Um, so yeah, and the reason why I have the course out here, there's two. I mean, there's obviously several reasons, but I want to teach people how to do this stuff. And when you buy the course, you also get access to the Q&As that we do for the course each week. So I want to make sure I'm delivering value constantly to people, that I'm helping you work through the course. I'm not just leaving you there to figure it out on your own. Every week, I'll host Q&A sessions where you can ask specific questions about the course. You'll also get as an early bonus, you'll also get the first 25 people to buy the course gain access to one-on-one session with me. I can answer all of your questions. We have an hour to work through your problems, figure stuff out. Uh, you know, and I've had that before. I've done that before with other with developers where they paid me money for consulting, and I'm usually able to solve their problems in like half an hour, and I gave them a full 60 minutes, and so you know, I think that's a pretty good deal to have that included. And as another special bonus, through the end of the year, uh, if you buy the course, you'll also get access to the upcoming course, which goes even deeper into what this entails. So as you can see from this little image right here, this guy's got different symbols next to him. These are all the things that he's going to learn, that you're going to learn from this course. And you go from not knowing anything to knowing a lot of things. And trust me, it's a lot of stuff. And I was very careful to put everything that I know into this, that everything that you need to know. And so I'm really proud of this course, regardless of anything. But yeah, I'm just letting everybody know it's out there. And if you want to support what I'm doing, the best thing you can do is go ahead and buy it. And there's multiple ways to pay actually. So if you go and do this, you just scroll down. So you have one payment, or there's three of $200. So 3 months for $200, and I think that's, that might be more reasonable for people, if there's an issue with that. But yeah, that's just like a way to support, right? I don't expect that many people to, but I'm just saying, this is not an easy thing to do. I've been running mystery game dev for 2 years at this point, at least, and realistically, if I want to keep doing it, there needs to be something coming in. So, and I do appreciate the paid newsletter subscribers, but that's not enough realistically. So, to keep running full time on this, so I want to keep going. And I wrote a whole blog post about that topic actually. Is that right here? Why the masterclass was made. There are people who genuinely believe in what we're building from the very beginning. People want this. I know people want it because people have been telling me that they want it. And they were telling me before, they're telling me now. And there's so much that I want to do with the entire mystery game genre specifically. So as you can see, I want to document, categorize, and organize all mystery games into a database, which we have on mysterygamedev.com. You can look at it right here. And we've got, you just go to games, and there's like tons of games, right? So there's our newsletters, there's our games. This is everything categorized into different, I want to update this to be so much better than it currently is. But it's really hard to do that when, it's just me, and I have a lot of other responsibilities to take care of. And if I can do this full time, if I can commit to it full time, I would make this 10 times better, 100 times better than even what it currently is right now. Hopefully this looks pretty cool, but I have so much planned that I want to do. And, I want to help developers find fans. I want fans to find developers. I want to organize more events where we do like the game jams and stuff, the mystery game jam, all the way right here, right? We've got mystery game jams. This was a huge event. Come on. Slow down. Come on. All right, so this was a huge event last year. We had 52 games created, over 500 participants created more than 50 games, which is pretty cool. These were all games, and these are all mystery games that would not have been created theoretically if I didn't host a game jam. So, like, I'm trying to do things to make things better for everyone who's making mystery games. Offer ways for developers to learn from mentors. I'm going to be offering mentorship hopefully soon. I wanted to launch it with the course, but that didn't really happen. But I do want to offer that as a future opportunity. High quality support to teams that need it. Oh, by the way, I've also been doing Q&As within the Discord server. So like, when developers need help, they can ask each other for help. We have a time every month that developers can get together and ask each other questions if they're not already doing it. And that has been helpful for a lot of people. But yeah, it's just, I just want to keep doing stuff. I want to provide support. That means offering services to help developers release their games. I want to build tools to help them build their games faster and easier. And I'm already working on some, but they just take so much time to build. And again, it's a lot of work for one person to do all of this, even full time. But I want to do it and develop educational resources. So, and that's the masterclass. So I want to keep things going, and that's why I made the masterclass, so that you have access to more than 50 lessons that cover all the basics, and more than the basics, really. They're like actually breaking this stuff down into a repeatable step-by-step framework, and that you can do to make mystery games yourself. And I'm already seeing these in the games that I played through yesterday. We saw a lot of those patterns in the games that we played through yesterday. I tried to point some of them out as we went across them, and I'll do it again as we play through more today. But the point is that these are essential elements of any mystery themed video game that you can learn, you can pick up and learn from. And so when you understand these things and how these things connect to each other, you can take what is normally a really complex game idea that most people, it might take them between 3 to 5 years to make their first game. That's what a lot of people tell me. I've interviewed multiple people on the podcast where they said, yeah, it took 3 years. Yeah, it took 3 years. One of them managed to get it down to 1 year per game, but still, it's taken a long time for these games. And so it's like people need a faster way to make these games happen. Because what you're seeing in the overall indie game landscape is most games that are, especially for a solo developer, if you're trying to go solo and make an indie game, it's really tough to do a mystery game solo. And what you need to do is break it down into frameworks that you can repeat, develop tools that can do a lot of that work for you. And that's what I'm trying to make happen, so that more people can actually achieve this goal of taking a game that would normally take them 3 years and maybe only take them 3 months instead. So I want to try and, ideally, I would like to demonstrate this by building my own mystery games. So maybe I will try to do that in the near future, is just show how my framework allows me to build my own games and how my tools allow me to build my own games faster. So again, hopefully the proof is there, but I just want to put that out there, is like, I built so much, and I want to keep building it. And I'm just being realistic here. Like, I can't keep doing this unless we get some people involved. So yeah, that's all I want to start with at the beginning. I know maybe I should have ended with it, but I don't know. It's just the realistic situation here. So with that said, and by the way, you can go find out about this stuff at mysterygamedev.com. It has links to everything. That's where you can go and find out about everything that we have. So, okay, with that said, I want to go and start playing these games, because there was a game that I was trying to play yesterday, didn't quite get through to it. And basically, so what happened was there was an issue with the player preferences. I figured it out. If you ever run into this problem, it does involve editing the Windows registry, so it is might be scary for some people, but I managed to figure it out. So let's play Giamana Village. Let's go back here. I want to finish this up because this was good. I wanted to actually get into this. I only got 10 minutes in, as you can see, but I want to play the rest of this one. And we're also going to play Advent Dawn after this. And then another one, the Rule Ripper. We'll play that one too. Okay, Giamana Village. Let's go. Okay, I'll repeat this for people who didn't see yesterday's stream. Good morning, dear listeners. Today, October 27th, 1997, marks 20 years since the evacuation of Giamana Village to make way for the toxic lake created by copper mining waste in the area. Once a lively village with its old church and people's homes, it was slowly swallowed by the toxic lake formed from mining runoff. Hundreds of families were relocated. By the way, this is based on a true story, supposedly. Hundreds of families were relocated, but not all their stories have been told. So I would be interested to know, like, what's the real story behind this. Local sources suggest that a handful of residents refused to leave, and their fate remains unknown to this day. Furthermore, there are rumors that the official records of this incident are incomplete or even hidden. Today, the toxic lake continues to grow, covering graves, houses, and the history of an entire village. It is a living memory of the price paid for the forced industrialization of the communist era. The question remains, what was truly lost in Jimana? And who preserves the memories of that place now, 2 decades after the tragedy? This is my chance, not just to rebuild my career, but to uncover the truth. Jimana deserves to be heard. Okay. Now I can move freely here, so that's a good sign. So I tried to take a sip out of this. It falls over, and I always mess up. So I like the graphics. Very cool. Gives me Silent Hill vibes with that fog out there. So let's keep going. I guess. Can I leave? What is that? Oh, flashlight. I think I missed this my first playthrough. I didn't know I could get a flashlight. That's kind of cool. Alright. So flashlights are a pretty common mechanic in a lot of mystery games, especially when you're exploring in a dark area. A dark 3D area. Come on, let's open the door, please. Please open the door. What am I missing? Maybe it's out this door. Yeah, it's that door. Alright, that letter screwed me up last time. I'm not going to open that. Well, I'll pick it up, but I'm not going to open it. Oh, this opens. Can I have to use flashlight to see what's in there. Okay, that helps. Wonder if there's like something I can pick up in here or not. I guess not. Okay. Alright, I need to get the camera and the tent. So I didn't get the tent last time either. Hopefully, like, my flashlight doesn't run on batteries or something. I don't run out of batteries. So, C to use the camera. That's kind of cool. So this is not the first, it's not the only mystery game where we have camera capture mechanics. We played another one last night where this mechanic was also used. That's cool. Got a picture of that tree. Hopefully, oh, there's a battery on the camera. Better be careful about that. Oh, right, and then this note here. Oh, there's the tent. Cool. I totally missed that last time. So, this note is pretty important. This tells us that after careful consideration, basically our boss has fired us for... Well, I'll just go ahead and read it. I made the difficult decision to fire you from your position as a journalist. Your talent and dedication to uncovering unique stories has never been in doubt. However, the nature of the subjects you have chosen to pursue, unexplained events, conspiracy theories, and other fringe topics, simply does not align with the direction we want our publication to take. So we're seeking the truth and we're being punished for it, as many such cases would happen. Our readers expect informed and relevant journalism, and we feel that your recent work has fallen short of those expectations. PR speak. We appreciate your efforts and contributions during your time with us. We wish you well as you continue to explore your passion journalism. So we got fired for getting too close to the sun. So the only thing we can do is get closer to it. Get closer to the answers that we're after. So let's, now that we have everything, let's try and leave the house. There we go. Whoa, we're like flying. I'm floating into my car.
Good morning, dear listeners. You're tuned into Radio Shants, your favorite place for laughs, life, and stories that only happen in Romania. I'm your host, Radu, and today we've got a special guest in the studio, Vasile, a man with a tale that'll have you chuckling all the way to lunch. Welcome, Vasile.
Thanks, Radu. It's great to be here. I've got a little story for you that happened just last Sunday.
Oh, we love us.
Everything else just has music on it.
grabbed a few beers, you know, for the spirit of it. The plan was simple.
How do I talk to the guy? Here we go. Press E to enter dialogue. Old lady, where are you headed? It's rare to see strangers in these parts. I'm going to Jimana village. I want to find out what happened there. What happened is in the past. It's best left alone. But if you're determined to see it for yourself, just follow the road. It'll take you to where you need to go. Thanks. Careful. The miner, he appears when you least expect it. Okay. I'll keep an eye out. I still have my flashlight. I still have my camera. I can take a picture of her. Flash is on. Alright.
They're missed by a mile. 3 minutes later, police and firefighters showed up. They thought there was a real fire.
I like how we just jump back into the
You
story.
didn't think to stop once you saw the smoke?
It's like, what
Thought
happened?
it
We
was
missed the
normal,
story.
You know? Every fire starts with a bit of smoke.
Whoa.
Clears up. Turns out.
Oh,
not this
crash the
one.
car.
So
Okay.
what happened?
Got slapped with a fine for disturbing the peace, unauthorized fire, public hazard. I think they made up a few new charges just for me.
Vasile, you've just given us the best start to the day. Thank you for
That's
sharing.
right.
Anytime, Radu. Just
Whoa.
don't invite me to cook.
So, was I supposed to crash? Is that part of the story? Okay, no, I was not supposed to do that. Okay, that's pretty funny. I mean, not funny, but like, you know, that there was a ending for that. Okay, let's be a little more careful this time. Let's be a little more realistic about how we approach this investigation. I think my radio's gone though. Whoa, I can jump out. Yeah, how do I?
Last
There we go.
Sunday.
Oh, we love a Sunday story. Go ahead.
So, it was a sunny morning. I woke up craving a barbecue. I went down to the market to buy some meat and grabbed a few beers, you know, for the spirit of it. The plan was simple. Barbecue, you know, behind the apartment block like the good old days.
Nothing beats a back block barbecue.
Exactly. Now here's the best part. The week before I bought this bag of coal that was on 40% discount. The seller swore it was Western quality and said it made zero smoke. Innovation, he said.
Well, let me guess. It wasn't exactly smoke-free.
Oh, you have no idea. So I called my friends, we cracked open the beers, and got the barbecue going. 1 minute in, boom, a cloud of smoke so thick you'd think someone set the building on fire.
Whoa,
What did
the
the
deer
neighbors
jumped
do?
out. That's realistic, by the way.
higher
That happens all
floors
the time.
opened their windows and started yelling at us. One lady threw a bucket of water, missed by a mile. 3 minutes later, police and firefighters showed up. They thought there was a real fire.
You didn't...
Okay, go to the house and take some photos. Is there a house? Yeah, okay, it's right up there. Should I go? I guess I'll go off-road a little bit. Hey, it's Nehru. Good to see ya. Okay, yeah, no problem. Just I'll be doing this for a few hours, so show up when you can, enjoy the show when you can, and even after it's over, this will be recorded. So yeah, just enjoy. And good to see you
Anytime,
again.
Radu. Just don't invite me to cook next
Oh
time.
my gosh, turn the
And-
radio off. Oh, I can't move the car anymore. It doesn't want me to, okay. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to walk. But yeah. Flashlight. Oh, is that a deer sign? Is that a watch out for deer sign? No, it's a no camera sign. No cameras in this area, okay. This does remind me of, this is like a really dark and scary version of the Australia game that we played last night. It was very similar where we had a camera and there were like animals running around, but this time there's fog, and it looks a lot more scary. So I guess both of these also take place in, well, foreign countries to me, at least. This is not American. This is, I think, was it Russia? Or somewhere up there. Somewhere around those parts. I'm not too good with geography outside of the continental United States. Okay, let's investigate what's going on here. Can we get in the house somewhere? I don't really need to break in if I can just take a photo through the window. So. This place is wide. Oh. There was a dog or something running around, but I didn't quite get a picture of it. I guess I need to have my camera ready while I'm exploring. So the mysteriousness of this game, right? This is a mystery game because there's sort of a type of mystery game where you're just exploring the unknown, and that's what this is. You're in search of answers. And what is this? Yeah. You're just searching through the darkness, through the fog, in search of the truth, especially when there's a conspiracy being covered up. Oh, what is going on here? Is that an outhouse? I can't go in. Something is right here. What is that? I thought that was like a coffee mug or something, but maybe it's like an urn of ashes. To go with the tombstone. Hold on a minute. Okay, so if I turn the flashlight on, okay, that's better. Yeah, the flashlight being on sort of messes with the camera photo quality. So I gotta keep the flashlight off. At least when I take a picture, I do. Something in the bushes there. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at, unless that is the bush. All right. I think we've investigated everything that there is over here. I mean, there's the two houses. A giant stack of hay. I mean, that's a lot of hay. Literally, look at the size of that. It's bigger than the houses are. I don't think I've ever seen a stack of hay that big. Is that it? Guess I'm gonna go back to the car. Unless there's something else that I missed. Yeah, there's this sort of thing. The hay transportation machine, also known as a wagon. Yeah, so I'm allowed to move again. So I guess I must have seen everything I was supposed to see. What's that light going off?
What happened?
There we go.
Got slapped with a fine for disturbing the peace, unauthorized fire, public hazard. I think they made up a few new charges just for me.
Vasile, you've just given us the best start to the day. Thank you for sharing.
Anytime, Radu. Just don't invite me to cook next time.
And that, dear listeners,
By the way,
is why you always check your coal and your permits. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after the break with more stories on Radio Shants.
So by the way, the voice acting on that,
is brought to you
really
by
good.
Chain Wolf Studio, your source for the latest updates in the Romanian indie game development.
Romania, that's where it was.
Discover developer interviews,
Not
product
Russia, it's
showcases,
Romania.
and industry news at chainwolfgamedev.com. Whether you're an experienced creator or just starting out, Chain Wolf Studio helps you stay connected to the growing community of local game developers. Visit chainwolfgamedev.com and explore what's next in independent.
Okay. I like the advertising there. It's good. Okay, so what are we doing here? Why did the car stop? Pokemon Snap. I got a Spearow. Or a Murkrow, I guess. Oh man. Got some logs. Let's see. I mean, my car did stop, didn't it? Yeah. That's a little freaky, right? You're driving along the forest road and all of a sudden your car comes to a halt. Maybe there's something in this little area. I mean, that doesn't look too normal. This is the, I guess this is the water that had the copper mining runoff put into it. Can I zoom in on my camera? I guess not. There's something there, but I can't really see what that is. Maybe that's the door to the house. Oh, can I go in the water? I drowned within like one step of touching the water. I didn't expect that to happen. Do I have to restart the whole thing? I do. Or wait, no, I'm back here. I'm back at the checkpoint. Objective updated. Was there an objective? Yeah, there's my picture book. I met an old lady who told me which path to take. She mentioned a miner, but it doesn't make sense. Mining operation stopped and the water was released, killing everyone. Maybe she's just trying to scare me. Okay, and I can write my own notes. And there's a map. Okay, that's cool. Oh, does that show where I died? Maybe. Maybe not. I think it might show where other characters have died. So I'm right there. Okay, that's cool. So this shows everything. There's a question mark behind my starting point. That's kind of crazy. Follow the road until you reach the campsite. Take the tent from the back of the car. Oh, okay. Where's the campsite? Is it that red area? Or is this the campsite? I see the tent right there. So I'm at the campsite. Go into the field near some logs and build the camp. Okay. Okay, there's a giant log right there. can't take the tent out. Maybe I'm not at the campsite. Whoa, going fast. Set up camp. Okay, got it. Take out the tent. Oh. There's the logs. This is where I'm supposed to set up, I guess. Well, what are you doing out here? There's nothing to be seen. I came here to the camp. But why here? This isn't the place for camping. What exactly are you trying to do? I'm a journalist and I'm trying to find out what happened in this village. No, nothing happened here. Do you hear me? Nothing. Calm down. I'm just asking questions. It doesn't look like nothing happened. You shouldn't have come. Go back. Go back before it's too late. Too late for what? And then he runs off. Oh, can we chase him? Come back here. He's going so far away. I should have taken a picture of him. Chapter 1. That didn't sound good. That didn't sound too good. A bear. A wild bear got me. I guess you would expect that if you're camping in the middle of the woods. That is bound to happen. Okay. Let's not get attacked by a bear. Did I get a picture of it? Did the picture stay with me? No. Hold on a minute. Are these all my pictures? There's way more. There we go. Oh, these aren't all of my pictures. Or no, yeah, they are. Yeah, I got it. I got the bear. That's a good picture. I like that one. That is like a millisecond before getting mauled to death by a bear. That's what it looks like. So, all right. Oh boy. I was expecting like a zombie or something, but a bear, I mean, I guess that's fine. You know, there was a lot of setup about like something going on. Oh, what's this? Is that, I guess that's my camp material. Okay. So what's the objective? What am I supposed to do at this point? Follow the road and stay alert. You'll know when you meet the right person. Okay. Yep, here we go.
Minutes later, police and firefighters showed up. They thought there was a real
This
fire.
guy's still telling his story.
You didn't think to stop once you saw the smoke?
Okay. something interesting happening over here. More cows. I'm actually going to get out of the car for this one. You can't have a game where you have a camera if you don't have cows in it. I gotta get closer. Hold on. Is there a way to get in there? Nice. Not as good as the bear photo. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get in there. This whole area is pretty fenced off. There we go. Not the best angle, but it is closer. I'm investigating. I'm investigating the cows. That tree is right on the fence. Okay. Oh man, I can only walk so fast. It's a big open world right here. That's a good angle. There we go. I like that one. Okay. Onward to continue our adventure into the fog. It's like, I don't know where the bear came from. Why there was suddenly a bear all of a sudden, you know. Whoa. There's all kinds of stuff out here. Oops. Gotta watch where I'm driving. There's all kinds of stuff out here. Chicken. Corn. It's like my backyard. Random animals eating the corn. Then we got this. Is this a person living out here all alone? Hello. What's wrong with you? What did I do? You scared me. Didn't you even think before creeping up like that? I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? I'll think about it. But first, who are you? I'm a journalist. I came here to find out what happened in the village. Oh, really? And what exactly do you want to know? Details about the incident. Maybe you know something useful. Maybe I do. But I won't just spill it for free. You'll have to go do me a favor first. Sounds fair. What do you need? Across the road, you'll find my flower garden. Pick some flowers, whatever you like, just for the scent. Then I need some mushrooms, but don't touch the red ones. And don't come back without the snake eye flower. It's blue. You'll know when you see it. One more thing, don't go too deep into the forest. Some who do, don't come back. Alright, what are you cooking? We'll find out if you bring what I asked. Can't you just tell me? I said go. Fine, I'm going. Okay. Press E to interact. Oh, inspect. Reflexes of a brick, fate of a chicken. What does that mean? I am inspecting the chicken. That's crazy. Alright, let's put it down. Oh, there's corn hanging from the thing. Huh. Cow. Oh, this is a good angle for the cow. I don't really know what the point of the camera is. I'm just taking pictures of things that I find interesting. Shovel. All right, let's go across and pick some flowers or whatever it was. So we're right there. So I am having a lot of fun with this. However, if this takes like, I don't know how long this demo goes for. So, oh, there's a rabbit. So, I think we've already been at this for about an hour, I think. I'm not 100% sure. We're getting close. Okay, we're getting close, but when we get to the hour mark, I will have to move on to a different game. I do want to put in enough time just to make sure that, like, you know, for the people who... Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Gotta pick that flower real fast. Not... Wait. Did you say no mushrooms? Rabbit. There's the bear. Get stuck on the tree. I got you this time. Alright, but yeah. Oh boy. How do I get around this guy? Where's, like, okay, I'm sort of fenced in here. It's gonna be tricky. I can use the trees to my advantage, though. I'll go this way. Go faster. Oh, no. I don't know what causes the bear to show up. Where am I? Oh, am I all the way back here? Alright. Let's get back on the road. I don't really know if that was the right thing to be doing. It didn't change the objective thing in our log. We're too fast again. Some doors should never be opened. Whoa. Whoa, check that out. Check these moves. Okay. Alright. Oh, is it crashed? No. No, we're good. Come on. We are not crashing. There we go. Man, this thing loses control so fast. Yeah, that doesn't look too good. That does not look too good. Can we push the car? Can I get on the car? Yeah, I can. Come on, go, go, go. This is just like real life. Come on. Start the car. This is just... I think I'm moving it. There we go. I have a plan. I need to find the nearest body of water. I think it's this way. Is that X where I am, or is that where I'm supposed to go? Because it looks like it's just not moving. Okay, it's time to get our car back. Alright. So, what's the plan? The plan is we get in the car, we go to the truck, I should say. We go to that one lady that we found who needs flowers. And we get the flowers without getting killed by the bear. Then we get there without crashing the truck or drowning in the lake. Okay, we need to like drive carefully. This is harder than it looks. Cannot just slam on the accelerator. Sort of passed this place up earlier without really investigating it. So there's another fenced in area, little shack down here. Just a bird. Can't really open the door. So we're just gonna head back, I guess. Oh, I can look in the window. I don't really see anything there. Is that bread? Not a whole lot going on in there. So one thing I guess I would say is that, you know, it's nice to have an open world, but I'm not really like, I don't know. Sometimes you can have too much open space. If there's just a lot of walking to get from point A to point B. I mean, the car helps with that, right? But whoa, I think I just passed it up. The car helps, but at the same time, I don't know if everything has to be so spread out. Here we go. Let's try this again. Okay. Okay, I hear the bear already. Unless that's the cow. Across the road you'll find the flower garden. Pick some flowers. Whichever one you want. Then I need some mushrooms, but don't touch the red mushrooms. Okay. And don't come back with the snake eye flower. It's blue. Okay, so I need at least a blue flower. Yeah, don't go too deep or come back. There's a bear. Okay. So we need flowers. One of them needs to be blue, and we also need mushrooms, but not the red mushrooms. Okay, that looks good. I don't know how many mushrooms I'm supposed to get. I'm finding a lot more mushrooms and flowers. I'm not really convinced that's the snake eye flowers. They just look like normal flowers to me. Let's see what she says about this. No reaction. No reaction. Okay, let's... Oh no. Think I'm lost. I think that's the... Do I not have room for them? Oh, there we go. That should be enough. Yes. Just need to get back home. Whoa, dang. This is not good. This is not good, just I don't know which way I'm supposed to be going. That's not fair. That's not fair. I had the map open. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna I think I've played this for about an hour. Should I try one more time? Oh, now that I know what to do. I wish I could, but I just don't have enough time right now. So we're gonna end it on that, and we're gonna play through the rest of these demos. So I think this is a pretty fun game. It's got a lot of interesting stuff going on with it. But yeah, I had a lot of fun playing it, and I am curious about the mystery and what else happens in it. It's just yeah, the bears are getting me, the cars getting me, the what do you call it, the water, right? So there's a lot of stuff going on in this game. Swallowed by water, exactly. So you know, I'm definitely interested in what else happens with the game. I would say in terms of like atmosphere, really good atmosphere, really builds up the fear and suspense. Gameplay wise, I like the open world. I like the ability to take pictures of things with the camera. And there's a lot to look around and explore and discover, so that's pretty cool. and I'm wondering more about what's going on in the village. What's the deal with the minor character who shows up and runs away? There's a lot of secrets that need to be uncovered. So I am excited about this game. I like it a lot. If I had more time, I would play through the rest of the demo and probably the rest of the game too. But for right now, because I am a little pressed for time, again, this just kind of shows, like, these Next Fest demos can like take a lot of time, right, to play through. And with so many of them out there, you just kind of have to set a time limit. So we're just gonna go to the next one. But I really enjoyed this one, so check it out, Giamana Village. That's the game. Okay, I want to move on to another one that I want to do. Actually, let's do, which one should I do? There's only 3 that I really want to get to, and that was one of them. So let's go ahead and do Advent Dawn, I guess. Unless anyone in the chat has a suggestion. Do they want me to do Advent Dawn or Rule Ripper? Those are the 2 I'm looking for right now. Where's Rule Ripper? Beyond R, Rule Ripper. This is the other one that I want to get to, and Advent Dawn. So if we have a suggestion in the chat, either that or I'll just flip a coin in my head and pick one. The other game I did want to check out was City of Spells, just because it uses AI in a dynamic way, supposedly. So I do want to check out and see how they're doing that. I think Advent Dawn, supposedly, from I was informed this would only take about 20 or 30 minutes, so maybe we'll just do this one. Oh, curious about Rule Ripper as well. Which one would you rather see right now? Actually, I think I answered my own question. If this is only 20 minutes long, I think we should do this first and then do the other one after the fact. So you will see it soon. So let's try and do it this way. Spire Games. All right. This visual novel contains mature themes, strong imagery, and content that some players may find disturbing. Player discretion is advised. It's a work of fiction, so on and so forth, right? Flowchart right away. Okay, nothing as expected. I will unlock the flowchart as things go on, I'm sure. I like the artwork, I like the characters. Let's just hit start and see what happens. Voice settings. So we'll leave voices on, I guess, for right now. So just so we hear what they are. But generally, I try to, as far as getting through this quickly, or relatively quickly, we're gonna have to turn the voices off or interrupt them at least. Welcome to the demo. This preview covers the opening and the inciting event that sparks the story's mystery. The prologue is skipped here to dive straight into the scenario. That's good, right? I think we talked about that actually in the Discord server. So, and I talked about that also yesterday when we played some of the games from yesterday. It's like you want to get right into it, and we saw several games that did that. So, it's the right tactic. The full version includes the complete cast, puzzles, and content omitted from this demo, and the branching paths through the cave and their ends. Enjoy this early glimpse into the darkness ahead. Spire Games. Cool. Yeah.
So, you've decided to descend anyway.
Hopefully the audio is loud enough so you can hear the voices. I don't know. I can't really tell.
I do hope you do not regret that decision.
I think this is a little... this is a whisper.
That awaits.
Nice animation. Advento Dawn. If you can read Japanese, that's what it says. 6 years later, present day. June 27th, 2066. Line, current, Zeta. Poke poke. Huh? Poke poke. What's that? Ugh, cut it out already. I'm trying to sleep here. Poke poke. Ugh. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm still on the ship. I must have dozed off at some point. But what's this girl's deal? Can I help you with something?
Hey, are you a scientist?
What's that to you?
Just answer the question.
You seriously woke up a stranger on a boat just to ask him that?
I mean, why not? Life's too short to hold back the questions you want to ask.
Surely it can't be that short.
Well, we're literally the only two people on this boat, in case you didn't notice. I have been busting to ask you this entire time. Then you had the audacity to fall asleep on me.
She's been busting to ask the entire time. Oh, funny, I didn't even notice there was anyone else on here.
So what's your answer already? Don't keep me waiting.
I see. The allure of the lab coat is intoxicating to the female. It's tempting, but unfortunately waking up a stranger on a boat like this doesn't scream stable. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll find the right guy.
Not that. It's actually quite hard to score a date with me. The scientist question, remember?
Honestly, what do you think? You really think I would wear a lab coat purely for fun?
Actually, yeah, I kinda do think that. Why would you wear a coat on a tropical island?
I mean, I'm a real scientist, but it's true that I didn't need to wear my lab coat for this. But I can't tell her it's just for the ego either. She's got me cornered. And what about you? Surely you don't need to wear something so revealing on the island.
Nope, I sure didn't. I just wear this because it makes me feel good. Same as what you're doing with your coat, right?
She sure is perceptive, I'll give her that.
Anyways, I think I've screwed around with you long enough. You're Dr. Atlas Everly, right?
Huh? How did you... Oh. The voices are gone. The lab coat kind of gave it away. Right. I take it you've also been summoned to be part of this research expedition? Yep, sure have. And I guess I should introduce myself. The name's Amelia Miller. Nice to meet you, Doc. You don't strike me as a scientist. What's your role on the expedition? No, I'm no scientist. My role is to keep an eye on you lot to make sure you don't land us in any trouble. I think we just hit the jetty. We must have arrived. Audio's a bit silent. I will turn the audio up then. Hopefully that helped. After removing our luggage, we watched the boat recede into the distant blue. A sense of relief washes over me, having finally arrived. The sun's rays and the endless ocean before me rejuvenate me. It almost feels like I've arrived for a tropical holiday. It's been a long journey to get here. 2 flights preceded our voyage by the sea. It was a specially chartered boat ride. The team on the island hired out a ferry from Tonga Tapu to get us up here. It's impossible to get here otherwise. This island is almost as remote as it can get. Why the serious face? I'm just thinking, now that I'm here, I realize how far away from everything we are. It's a weird feeling. Not used to being away from home, Doc. Well, I'm certainly not used to being this far from home. Even so, the scenery doesn't get much better than this. Suddenly, the girl before me stops paying me attention, her eyes darting to the space behind me. So, could you do me a favor and play along? Huh? What are you talking about? Play along with what? If you want to make it through this, just play along with me, okay? What is she going on about? And what's up with that freaky smile of hers? Just as I try to decode her nonsense, an unfamiliar voice beckons me back from over my shoulder.
Well, it seems you've finally arrived, Dr. Everly.
Fabian, I take it.
Indeed. It's a pleasure to meet you in the flesh. I take it you had no problems with your travels?
No, everything was taken care of just like you promised.
Good. That is good news indeed.
This man sure has a strange way about him. I have to say, now that I'm here, it's dawning on me how strange this all is.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. Sometimes life is stranger than fiction, wouldn't you say?
That's one way to put it. I've been anxious to hear why you needed someone like me at all the way out here. It seems a little strange for a company as large as yours.
Indeed. I understand why it would seem so. As I've said, I will tell you everything you need to know in due time. The research here is of a sensitive nature.
You've talked a big game, I'll give you that. It's hard to believe this research will live up to expectations. I cast my mind back to Fabian's promises, research samples that are scientific game changer. He kept almost all the details vague, but I now understand the meaning of an offer too good to refuse.
Perhaps it is hard to believe, but I can assure you, what you're about to see will far exceed your expectations.
Either way, as long as you pay what you've promised, even if the research is a bust, it'll still mean that the trip was worth it.
Indeed.
His eyes momentarily drift away from me as he looks suspiciously at the woman silently standing to his left.
And you there, who might you be?
Hello there, the name's Amelia. I'm the doc's assistant. She's what? Is that so? Dr. Everly, you never advised me you were bringing an assistant. Amelia's eyes bore through my soul. What should I do? She told me to play along, but she could be some crazed nutjob for all I know. Is she here to ruin the research? Is she some terrorist? What the heck am I supposed to do? I should... can I save before I make a big decision? Save and load. The menu feels pretty smooth. Map. Oh, can I jump to the map right now? No, okay, these are based on like time points. This is the flowchart, okay. What should we do? Play along. I should play along for now, at least until I figure out what her deal is. The look she gave me before was seriously scary. But if I'm going to do this, I've at least got to offer a little payback with my story. Sorry, my assistant is a seriously clingy individual. She's wildly in love with me, you see. I wasn't intending on bringing her, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I hope it'll be okay. So, that's one way to do it. Damn, she doesn't seem upset by my story at all. Is that so? I prefer it if you would have told me beforehand, but far be it from me to get in the way of young love. Anywho, we should begin making our way to the site. We begin to make our way with our bags down a winding path through the trees. There's no sign of civilization, with the air about us feeling thick and oppressive. There's something strange about this forest. Yeah, the spread and shape of the trees somehow just feels wrong. I'm not sure why I feel this way. There's something in the air here. My stomach stirs an unnamed feeling. You'll find many things on this island are unusual, Dr. Everly. This island was long considered cursed by the local peoples, never to be visited for fear of possession from the evil spirits that dwelled here. Although I don't believe in such things myself, I must say there certainly is something eerie about this place. This island, what is it really? What about it warrants paying someone like me such a large sum of money to research it, and why all the secrecy? Even the name and exact location have been hidden from me, with all the travel arrangements handled by Fabian's company, Aperta. I don't know. Why would a pharmaceutical company like this be so interested in such a remote place? Are they developing some new medicine, or is there another reason? All I know is that we're a several-hour boat ride from Tongatapu in the South Pacific, and that's about it. I wonder if Tongatapu is a real place. I've never heard of it before. Oops. I've been asked not to press for information while I'm here, so I won't bring it up now. Hopefully the answers will present themselves while I'm here. In any case, that's why you're here, to get to the bottom of what's causing all this. Causing what? Well, what we found was a surprise to us all. We are trying to ensure that we keep the team here small. For the moment, you will be the only neuroscientist here. The biology team was sent elsewhere due to a lack of progress. Rounding another corner, we hear approaching footsteps. Hold on. Amelia flashes into a fighting stance when suddenly...
Whoa! What the?
An unfamiliar young woman bounds in from around the corner, letting out a startled cry as she almost runs into us. In response, Amelia tenses up, assuming a battle stance opposing the stunned girl in front of us.
Who are you? And what are you doing sneaking up on us?
Huh? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Why is this crazy lady trying to kill me?
What, who you're calling a lady? I'm probably younger than you know!
That's the issue you have with what you just said?
Gee, quite the feisty assistant you've got there, Dr. Everly. We'll have to keep an eye on her. Be at ease, Miss Miller. This here is Lyra Blythe. She's on technical support. She'll be aiding us in our tech and mapping the terrain on our journey.
So I will say the voice acting does help in terms of me not having to read everything. It is a little inconsistent as to whether, like, it happens or not. I don't know why some lines are voiced and some aren't. Amelia backs off with a slow nod of assent as the simmering tone begins to die down.
So you're Dr. Atlas Everly? I'm a fan of your work. We all use your neural chips here.
That's not surprising. Almost everyone does.
Oh boy. Save another. I always save at choices. Oh, do I have like a backlog? Can I see? Yeah, I'm not really sure what the argument is here. We all use your neural chips here. That's not surprising, almost everyone does. I guess we'll go for Amelia just because we already were friends with her before. I agree, it's hardly worth noting what is obvious. It is the quality of my inventions. In truth, I didn't exactly invent them, but there's no point quibbling over details. So you're mapping the terrain, huh?
That's right. That's what this device here is for.
Lyra points to the AR goggles fixed on her head. That's pretty old tech, but I imagine she has a good reason for the old hardware.
Wherever we go, this device will give us a visual layout of our journey in real time. You can view the updated map data by clicking the magnifying glass icon on your neural interface below.
Okay. That tells us we can use the map. So it's that big of a journey that we need a map, huh?
Depending how far we go in our research, it could be. Don't worry, we'll be doing a full briefing down there once everyone has gathered together. If you can wait until then, everything will be clear.
She speaks with a tone that's sharp and sweet, both kind and direct, making it hard to reply in any way but agreement. Fair enough. Patience isn't my strong suit, but I guess it can't be helped.
So, I take it you being here means preparations are complete?
Yes, sir. Everything is now ready to take them down to the base.
Excellent.
Follow me. I'll lead the way.
Our pace slows as the trail finally reaches its end. This is it. In that cave? Is she trying to blow her own cover? I give a light shove of my elbow into Amelia's back. I hope she takes the hint to stop asking stupid questions. She got me involved now, so we're both in trouble if she blows this. Yeah, how else would we get there? Don't mind her, she's just afraid of the dark. What? Anyway, don't we have some headlamps and protective gear to put on first? No need, at least not yet. Here, let's go, you'll see soon. After a short walk illuminated by Lyra's flashlight, we stop at the site of a metal structure. The door? That's right, that's why you don't need any equipment yet. This is an elevator that will take us down to the bottom of the first pit. That's where our base is and where we can get you fitted with equipment for the rest of the journey. Why isn't your base up on the surface? Have you ever heard of the base camp at Mount Everest? I think so. Base camp is located partway up the mountain. It's a better idea to have the supplies at a closer proximity to where the real journey begins. Yeah, I'm familiar with that just because I've seen videos of people climbing Mount Everest. So he's saying it's more convenient to have everything stored close to the research. Besides, this way it keeps everything out of the sight of prying eyes. So that's where we're going, huh? A conflicted look passes over Amelia's face. Come on, hop in. Although the door to get in was narrow, the elevator widens to a larger open steel cage. We begin our slow descent, and through the gaps in the steel cage, I see the exposed rock face streaming upward. It somehow looks to be flowing like a gentle stream. We are all silent, and in the darkness, the mood somehow turns somber. Is that a result of the imposing darkness? I guess we are all products of our environment, with each carrying its own mood. Something about the beach on a sunny day seems playful, or a windswept hill feels like a call to adventure. Yet, as we sink into the dark depths, it almost feels exposing. It's as if we're getting closer to the heart of the earth, to a core of existence that us humans have no right to. This darkness contains secrets. I can just feel it, yet at the same time, there's a claustrophobic feeling of unwelcomeness.
You are right to fear this place.
Huh? What was that?
It's too late to turn back now.
I look around. Everyone is still standing in silence. None of them appear to have tried to speak to me. Hey, did anyone say something just now? No response, just puzzled looks. I guess nobody did. Then did anyone else hear like a whispering sound just then? Are you feeling okay, Doc? Really? What? Their puzzled looks make it clear nobody else heard a thing. In fact, did I really hear something just now? It's quiet in this place, and I did just let my thoughts run away from me. I've read that unfamiliar environments can play tricks on the mind. I guess I just imagined it. After waiting in silence for another minute or so, and hearing nothing else, I decided to put it out of mind. What else can I do? If I dwell on it, I'll just freak myself out, and probably over nothing. Instead, I switch my focus and decide to ask the pressing question. We've been on this thing for a while now. Just how far down does this thing go? Impressive, isn't it? This initial drop is almost 300 meters. 300 meters. I don't know what that is in terms of feet. I really don't. Mind-boggling, isn't it? The largest straight pitch in the world is 600 meters, but anything above 50 meters makes it absurdly rare. Of course, this pit doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of how vast this cave is. And how vast is that? Nobody knows. We haven't come close to fully mapping it all. We're here. As we exit the elevator, before us lies the unending darkness of the cave, illuminated only by Lyra's flashlight. We begin to advance slowly down the tunnel. I can feel how cut off we are from the surface world. This is another world, a world of darkness unfamiliar to the light. For that reason, I almost feel like we're intruders, breaking the natural environment by our presence. We continue to advance down the straight tunnel, Lyra leading us with her flashlight whilst I take the back of the pack. That flashlight is our lifeline until we get to the base, with its light turning the rock face a pale yellow that would otherwise be endless gray and black. The tunnel is far larger than I would have expected this deep underground. We continue our silent march for some time. It almost feels like a sacred silence that none dare to break, like the vast pause at the ending of the choir as the priest slowly makes his way to the pulpit. Yet as the minutes stream by in a seemingly endless passageway, something catches my eye. Out of the direct reach of the light, a tiny crystalline orb sits upon the ground near the cave wall. Perhaps an orb isn't the right word for it, it's about the size of a small grape. I'm surprised I even noticed it in this darkness, particularly given the large size of the tunnel. Yet something about it seems out of place, like a lone flower in an otherwise empty field. But this is my chance to get it. I'll likely be doing this research under supervision, and if these crystalline formations are as special as Fabian led me to believe, this might be my only chance to get one to take back with me. I glance ahead. I'm at the back of the pack, so it should be easy to get it without anyone noticing. I take out a small specimen container from my lab coat, ready for the orb. As I remove it from the ground, there's a slight resistance. It almost felt like removing it from the rock was plucking fruit from a tree. Tipping it in, I close the lid, slip it into my pocket, and quickly dash to catch up to the rest. As I make it back to the group, Fabian turns around, apparently having heard the sound of my arriving footsteps. Is everything okay, Dr. Everly? Yeah, I just needed to tie my shoelaces. I walk past Fabian as if nothing had happened. A strange sense of unease hangs over me, but it's not because I took the sample. It's this place. Fabian was right. There is something off about it. You okay, Atlas? Lyra turns to me, genuine warmth radiating from her expression. I must have had a silly look on my face again. I looked that pathetic just now, did I? Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Just lost in thought. That's good. You do that quite a bit, don't you? I guess so. Is it that obvious? I only met her an hour ago, so that's no good. Yeah, several times already it seemed like you were somewhere far away. I've always been like that. I get caught up in my head about all kinds of stuff. I can't help but come up with all kinds of theories about basically everything I see, but I won't bore her with the details. Back in school I get in trouble for zoning out, but I've learned to put my wandering mind to good use. Is that why you became a neuroscientist? It'd take a certain type of person to concern himself with studying brains. I guess. There were a bunch of reasons, but most of all it just suits me. Well, if it makes you feel any better, you're not the only one zoning out around here. Even right now I'm running through my mind how I'm going to reconfigure the network down here. It's a massive headache to solve. You get a connection down there? We're limited to wired connections, and even they are only in a few rooms. This rock doesn't let wireless signals penetrate, unfortunately. Right, that makes sense. It also means that those neural chips of yours aren't going to work down here. That's fine. It might be good to have a break from all the noise anyway. While we're talking, Fabian, who is walking by himself a few paces forward, stops to allow us to catch up as he injects himself into the conversation. So Elijah, you're okay working by yourself on the project for a while? I suppose, but where's the rest of the research team? We still have our geologist on hand, but we're in between biology teams at the moment. Yeah, I like the music too. We still have our geologist on hand, but we're in between biology teams at the moment. We'll have them replaced in several weeks. In the meantime, you can get started on your side of the work. And do you mind if I ask why you need a neuroscientist for work in a cave? That makes sense. Question to ask. Fabian allows Lara to continue ahead as he draws close, speaking in a low whisper-like voice as he leans in toward my ear. All will become clear, Dr. Everly. Just wait until we reach the lab. I will say, though, if you can help us crack this research, it'll be the most important discovery of our lifetimes. It'll far eclipse your work on those neurochips, as important as that was. Just imagine the fame and wealth that'll be yours if you're able to crack this for us. There is something in Fabian's manner that puts me off. Sure, those things would be nice, but the way he speaks of it makes my skin crawl. I guess that's just businessmen, though. As long as I get paid and the science is interesting, that's enough for me. Well, I'll do my best. Feeling the need to distance myself from Fabian, I begin to press ahead to catch up to the others, who seem to be engaged in a conversation of their own. But as I begin to move forward, I notice something is wrong. Did I just lose my balance? What's happening? Everything around me seems to be trembling, and my feet can't even stay steady on the ground. This has to be me, right? Am I about to faint or something? It's probably the worst place to be during an earthquake, is under a tunnel like that. Are all my senses just going haywire? No, it can't be that. This noise. I look over to my left. The look on Fabian's face tells me all I need to know. What? No, no. Is this an earthquake? What the hell? It can't be. We just arrived. What are the chances of that? Cave in, run. You know, that's something I've never really thought of. When I see all those like cave exploration videos on YouTube, I like to watch those a lot for fun. And I think to myself, man, it would be kind of fun to explore a cave, but not once did I ever, honestly, not once did I ever think that there could be an earthquake while you're in a cave. So I don't know how often that's been like recorded or documented, like what happens when that occurs, but I've never thought about that. We've got to get somewhere more secure. Lyra's voice jolts me out of my whirlwind of panicked thoughts that had me frozen in place. Now isn't the time to be contemplating how ridiculous the situation seems. We've got to get somewhere safe. Right, let's get out of here. Amelia and Lyra lead the way in a dash, leaving Fabian and myself in a scramble to keep up our balance and keep up with them. We make a decisive dash, straight down the passageway, abandoning our bags in the process. Lyra and Amelia are surprisingly nimble and sure-footed despite the shaking earth. Debris and small rocks rain down on us, as does the droning noise of strained earth. Panic follows every step. My heart feels like it's going to burst through my chest. My mouth goes dry as the cold shock of realization hits me. This situation is deadly serious. This can't be real. I might get trapped down here if I can't find a way to escape, but these damn rocks encircle me in every direction. Damn it, I can't get out. I can't get out. My world suddenly blurs for a moment. I lose touch with my surroundings in the midst of panic. Damn it, keep your head. This isn't the time for a panic attack. I need to stay calm. I have to breathe. I begin to regain my focus as I hear a cry ring out from right beside me. It sounded like Fabian. A rock must have struck him. Damn it, I've lost sight of him, and our light source is dwindling. Lyra's getting too far ahead. What should I do? Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Let's look for him. I can't just leave him behind. I dash back, and in darkness my leg kicks into something soft. Fabian. Why? Why did... Terror saturates his voice. He's clearly injured. I'm not sure where, but it looks like he can't move. Here, put your arm around me. I tried to pick him up, but he's heavy. I can't rush this. Come on, I need your help here. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. We can't leave him behind. Then help me, damn it. Yeah, I had to go back and get him. I mean, maybe that was a bad move, though. Huh? Where did all the noise go? And what's all the sticky stuff on my shirt? I'm so tired. I'll have to rescue Fabian after my nap. Did I really die in the prologue, in the demo? Oh, darn. Yes. Okay, well, I guess there was no choice. What happens if I just do nothing? Since we're back here. Does it just default to there's no time? I can't just stand here. Really? Okay. Huh. I would have thought I would just, like, if I can't decide, I would just go. There's no time. I'm about to run out of light. If I go back, I'm as good as dead. My best bet is to catch up with Amelia and Lyra. Lyra? I don't know how to say her name. We can come back to the light once the cave-in has subsided. If he's lucky, he won't get hit by any large debris. I keep my sprint steady despite the panic threatening to steal my breath. I can't fall too far behind. Their flashlight is my lifeline down here. This darkness is too threatening to get lost in. Even the momentary thought of it is too horrible to dwell on. This fear drives further power into my legs. Waves of rippled earth pass by me despite powerful tremors that threaten to throw me off balance entirely. But my initial salvation arrives. I catch up to the light source. With it, Amelia and Lyra. It's still coming. Lyra exclaims as she looks to the falling debris to her side mid-dash. It seems they hadn't even realized I'd fallen behind. Just how long is this thing going to last? I know, this thing seriously doesn't know when to quit, does it? Kind of reminds me of too many men I've met over the years. Are you seriously making jokes at a time like this? Shut up and run. Jeez, a bit pushy, aren't we, Doc? But don't worry, I'm not going to die here, not like this. Something about Amelia's tone is sure, I don't doubt it. We continue our swift flight down the passage. My heart rate continues to climb. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep up this pace, but slowing down isn't an option. We hear large debris falling from behind us, and the roar is only growing louder as it begins to close in. The cave-in following feels more like a predatory beast than a simple force of nature. We are the prey. The predator is nature itself. This is not a battle we can win, only one that we can hope ends of its own accord. Kind of like when that bear was chasing me in that other game we just played. What's going on? What kind of cave-in is this? Just as Lyra is uttering these words, we hear a roar emerge from behind us. Could be a bear, I don't know. A roar that is like the final surge of a wounded warrior on the battlefield. We can't outrun it any longer. Brace yourselves. At Lyra's cry, we turn back to see the advancing wave as we prepare ourselves for impact. As the darkening roar approaches, all I'm left with is the empty sense of the absurdity of it all, and the fool's hope that I might somehow survive. Death, it's here. Yeah, it's not looking too good. Nice, I like the animation. Yet silence is all that descends upon us. I await an impact that never arrives. I'm alive? I breathe in some of the loosened dust, causing me to momentarily choke as I cough to clear my lungs. I regain my breath as the dust slowly begins to dissipate, with disbelief and relief washing over me at the same time. Hey, did any of you guys die on me? No, I'm fine, somehow. I'm okay too. It looks like we got just far enough away. That was close. Too close. I don't know if I should feel grateful or grieved. The fact that this happened is senseless, but it could have been far worse. But we're not out of the woods yet. We still don't know how serious this is. Fabian, you there? Amelia calls out for a voice I know won't answer. Where's Fabian? I lost him back there. I think he must have tripped or something. Why didn't you go back and help him? Well, I tried. Why didn't you? It's because you ran so far ahead with the light I wasn't able to go help him. But how was I supposed to? Before we can continue, Amelia cuts in decisively. Alright, settle down. It's no use blaming each other now. It all happened too quickly for any of us to think, anyway. You're right. We spend a moment in silent contemplation, waiting for the dust around us to settle. Literally. For the moment, the cave-in seems to have stopped. We'll have to figure out what we do next. We have to go back and look for Fabian. Without a flashlight, he has no hope to make it through all this rubble. It won't be safe, but you're right. He doesn't have much hope if we don't go back for him. Are we sure this is the right call? I'm sure. The only reason I kept going was the thought that I'd come back for him with the light. Even if it's dangerous, we can't abandon him now. Alright then, I agree. As long as you understand what you're getting yourself into. There haven't been any more rumblings. I think it should be safe now. Safe is too strong a word, but we should be okay if we take it slow. We have to assume that all rocks underfoot are unstable as we go. Okay, let's head out. Okay, so following Lyra's flashlight, we slowly make our way over the mounds of fallen rocks. Some sections are so filled with debris that the tunnel opening becomes tight to fit through, whilst other sections are more sparse. With the instability of the mounds, safe travel takes some time. Ah, Lyra mistakenly steps on a loose rock, sending stones streaming down the pile, threatening to pin her ankles in the flow. Watch out. I quickly thrust my hand out, grabbing her arm and pulling her back upright out of the stream and towards myself. Her momentum sends her into my chest as she braces herself against me. Oh. Thanks. Sure, no problems. Well, this is awkward, though not totally unwelcome. Alright, that's enough. Move it on. Move it, you two. She's not happy about that. We carefully advance through the sea of stone, one cautious step at a time. There are no signs of additional collapses, and we grow less anxious at the thought as time passes. We didn't have time to run far. He's got to be around here somewhere. Fabian, Fabian. We begin calling his name, awaiting a response. This section looks familiar. It must have been near here somewhere. Just as I have this thought, I'm interrupted by Lyra's strained voice.
No, no, no.
Lyra can only repeat the one word over and over. I follow her eyes and the flashlight streak to the source of her shock. He's dead, right?
Fabian!
Yep. Her scream echoes out amongst the cold stone. I can't even register the sight before me. It's a sight unlike anything I faced before. The lifeless corpse of Fabian. A cold wave of shock courses through my body. It can't be true, can it? But despite my wishes, there's no doubt I can't deny the truth in front of my eyes. Even without checking for a pulse, I can tell the body before me is simply a shell. He didn't make it. Fabian's dead.
Damn it.
Am I responsible for this? Could I have saved him if I... No, the answer is no. We tried that. We tried that, it didn't work. So no, don't worry about it. Could I have saved him if I had stopped when he was struck by that rock? Lyra checks for a pulse despite the obvious, but shakes her head in resignation. Silence envelops us all as we try to come to terms with the horror of what we just stumbled into. I didn't know Fabian very well. Before today, I had only spoken with him a handful of times in the lead up to this trip. Even so, a pit opens in my stomach at the senseless loss of life before my eyes. The silence stretches, heavy with shock, until Lyra's voice finally cuts through it. Wait, what's that? On the ground next to the body lies a knife, with an eye on it. What on earth? The design is simple yet oddly shaped. I've never seen a knife like it. Yet it's not that aspect of the design that catches my eye. What is that symbol on the blade? Something about the taunting eye grates at me. It's haunting and entirely out of place in this scene. It looks kind of familiar, but I don't know what it means. I do. That symbol. It's the Eye of Ra. Yeah, I knew it was like an Egyptian thing. The Eye of... the symbol of an ancient Egyptian god. The Eye of Ra symbolizes destructive power and retribution. Retribution, are you sure? Growing up, my little sister and I were obsessed with ancient civilizations, and Egypt was the most fascinating of them all. There's no way I would mistake it. Yeah, I'm sure. Lyra's frightened expression catches my eye. There's something so profoundly off about this whole event that my mind hasn't even processed it yet. But this isn't the same for Lyra. This has hit her really hard. Why is that symbol on the knife? We're nowhere near Egypt. And why is it right next to Fabian? Amelia bends down next to Fabian's body to take a closer look. There's a sharp gouge in his leg here. That's probably what caused him to fall behind. Do you think it was done by the knife? Amelia pauses and inspects the blade for a moment. It's hard to say. A sharp enough rock with the right force could have done this, though it's a relatively clean cut, so it would be quite unlikely. The main problem is there's no blood on the knife. She's right. In fact, this blade is pristine, like it's never been used. What does this mean? I don't get it. Do you think someone attacked Fabian? That it wasn't an accident? Lyra is worked up. She knew Fabian the best, and between the cave-in and coming across his body, it's amazing how well she is handling this. Even with this in mind, it's a serious situation. We have to be honest with her here. We can't afford to be so sensitive that we don't grapple with the reality that we're faced with. This is potentially more dire than just the cave-in. I take a moment to think through the options. There's a gouge on the leg which could be caused by a knife. Sitting right next to him is a knife with a strange symbol, but there's no blood on it. Yeah, completely clean. I take a moment in silence to synthesize this information before calmly but directly sharing my thoughts. Several options to explain. I guess first option would be the person cleaned the knife. The second option would be that there's a second knife. The third option would be that it didn't come from the knife. Let's see what he says. Right. It would be strange to do that, I agree. Unless the attacker was trying to send us a message by leaving the knife behind afterwards. Who would leave behind a clean knife? Surely a bloody knife would be more threatening. Yeah, I agree. Another option, which is the knife might not have been used in the attack directly, but its purpose was only to send a message to the rest of us. Okay, sure. That goes along with my other theories. If either of those were true, wouldn't this mean there's someone else in the cave? Pretty much. I won't mention this to the girls, I don't want to unnecessarily scare them. It's hard to know who left it and what their motive was, if this is true. I wouldn't be too concerned, though. Because I don't think this is right. I think there's a much simpler explanation. The final option I can think of, and was most likely, is this. This could be Fabian's knife that fell out of his pocket in the midst of the cave-in. Yeah. That is an option. It explains how the knife got here and why there's no blood on it. It also means we don't have to think about there being a killer around, nor some weirdo trying to send us cryptic messages. Yeah, I do think that's the simplest explanation. It means his death, as tragic as it is simply the result of a freak accident. But it doesn't explain the wound on his leg. Are you aware of him having such a knife? I'm not, but it's not like I knew everything about him. I've only worked here for a few months. Still, it'd be pretty strange to be carrying such a big and weird knife around. That's true, it's a bit oversized just to be a utility knife. Is there a case for it in one of his pockets? That's a good point. There's no way he could carry around such a sharp knife without a case. If it's his, he needs a sheath for it. Let's see. Amelia looks around for evidence of a sheath in his pockets and around the body. We continue the search in the surrounding rock in case the sheath was separated from the knife amidst the chaos of the falling debris. Nothing. It's possible we just haven't found it yet and it's still here somewhere, but it'd take forever to search under every rock in this area entirely. You're right. This means all three options are still on the table and they all pose major problems. Any of them could be possible, and even though the last option seems the most likely, we simply don't have the evidence. I also have my own bias. Every part of me wants the last option to be true, but mainly because of the horror that would come from either of the other ones being true. Well, so what do we do from here? I don't like the idea of leaving him here like this, but we don't even understand how dire our own situation is yet. Plus, we don't want to interfere with a potential crime scene. She's right. As inhumane as it might feel, leaving him here like this might actually be the best option. We're really going to just leave him like this? I can hear the pain in Lyra's voice. She's doing so well to hold it together, but this is threatening to break her. I need to reassure her. It doesn't feel right to just leave him, I agree with you. But look at it this way, it's our duty to make it back to the surface without disturbing the scene. Once we make it back, we can get the authorities to look over all this and then take his body for a proper burial. Lyra's face twists into pain and frustration. The other thing I would be thinking is, I mean, they need to just find a way out first, and carrying a body with them is going to make that a lot harder, so it sort of makes sense to just like find a way out and then come back for the body, I would imagine. After a few moments of thought, her face softens as she lets out a sigh of resignation. Okay, I understand. We have to make it back out now, for Fabian's sake. She speaks it out loud for her own hearing, stealing her resolve. Alright then, the first thing to figure out is if the cave-in affected our way out of this place. I'm gonna guess it did. Let's see if the elevator's still working. As the two set out ahead of me, I pick up the knife to inspect it one last time. I turn it over to inspect the other side, which reveals a mirror image of the blade's symbol. What could this mean? With many lingering thoughts, I place the knife back down and follow the others along the trail. You've reached the end of the demo, but the journey is really only beginning. You'll soon meet the rest of the cast of characters also trapped by the cave-in, followed by the... well, you'll have to see for yourself when the time comes. Okay, so there's more people in the cave, after all. You can wishlist the game now on Steam and connect with us on Discord to give feedback, theorycraft, and get updates. Alright, cool. We look forward to seeing if you'll be able to escape the depths of the cave and discern the mystery. Until we meet again. Spire Games. Cool. Yeah, so I would say that was well done. Let's see, final thoughts. I do like the characters. I do like the girls. We haven't met the rest of the people quite yet, but yeah, the characters we've seen, I do like them. I like the music, the art style's good, the writing's good. A lot of this was set up, which I sort of expected going into this. Although I thought it would... it's funny because I think you mentioned that this was like... the developer mentioned that this was like already sort of trimmed down. I thought it was actually quite long, even though it was trimmed down. But I mean, I kind of understand why. There's a lot of setup that goes into them getting into the cave and all that. So I don't really know how you could... It would be tough to make that more more fast-paced, but I think what's there is a decent-sized demo. Because that took roughly half an hour, so that's not bad in terms of time, so I'd say that's fine. It gets tricky when your demo is like more than an hour or 2 hours, because you really don't need it to be that long, so half an hour is good, pacing-wise. Oh, that's cool. I just had to check this to see if we actually got anything new, so... Common route, the cave-in strikes, rocks rain down. You go back to try and help, but there's no time. Yeah. So is that like a map of the cave? I wonder if like the rest of this is a map of the cave. Curious to see how that works out. But yeah, overall pretty good. I want to take a look at the store page one more time for this. Yeah, a research trip turns deadly when 7 strangers are trapped in a vast cave. Yeah, so I don't know where the other characters come from. Maybe that was part of the other part that was cut from the prologue. Yeah, routine research expedition turns into a nightmare. Like Zero Escape, Ever 17, Steins Gate, yeah. Cool. Yeah, and there's a map of the cave. So we gotta go cave exploring, because I guess that way's cut off, I assume. We have to find a different way out. So that'll be interesting. Okay, let's take a look at another one. Actually, let me take a sip of water first. Okay, it's 2 o'clock approximately my time. I'm gonna do the one that I know I want to do, and then if we have time left over, I'll check out some other ones. So let's take a look at Beyond Our Rule Ripper. Let's go. And I played the demo for this one. This is gonna be sort of a similar premise, I think. A lot of these death game style, Zero Escape style games this next fest. It's there's a lot of them coming out. I played the demo for this when it first came out. I guess 2 years ago at this point. I don't know exactly. Oh, hopefully. This is lagging like crazy. Is it gonna play? This is lagging very badly. Let's stop. Let me make sure this loads first, and then we'll talk about it. Yo, is the game not gonna work? Oh, there we go. It just takes a really long time to load. I would get that fixed ASAP. I don't know what happened there. Okay. Settings. Yeah, there's my save file from a long time ago. Yeah, June 2023 was when I last played this. So, I don't remember anything from it though, so we'll just start over. Loading. GJ staff. Project Burr. It's cold. It's a cold project. Don't cry, everything will be alright. The loading screens are, oh, they're difficult to get through. There should not be, I hate to say this, there should not be like 20 seconds of loading between all this. Okay. Heat overwhelmed my senses. I could feel the sweat on my body. The sun was witness to the scene, but it wasn't the only one responsible for that state. I wanted to stop it. No, I had to stop it. Executive producer, Adriel Suarez. But the result remained the same. In my mind, those words appeared again. Words of support and hope that in the moment only hurt more. But even then, I couldn't forget them. They had too much value. I had already forgotten his face, his voice, his name. I didn't want to lose anything ever again. Finally, it ended. I couldn't do anything, yet it ended anyways. That scene would repeat. It was inevitable, a cycle that changed every time, yet remained identical. Though, was it really inevitable? It's at this point that I realize this is a dream. No, it's all a recollection of the past that I wanted to leave behind. It's a nightmare. I had to go back to reality, to my new life. But what awaited me on the other side would make me regret waking up. Man. Beyond R, Rule Ripper. I don't remember that intro the first time I played this. Director and writer Toriev. Yeah, I don't remember that. Maybe that's new. Then again, I don't remember most of this, so... The story begins with a selfish wish, and most likely it will end with another one. Is that bad? I am not in the position to judge. Though, in my humble opinion, maybe it is not. The lives of 10 people, 10 different worlds. Will they be the judge, the executioners, or the executed? Whatever the result may be, I will accept it. It is in their hands. I am merely an observer. Loathe me. Wish my death. Destroy the imposed chains. And find the answer to this farce. Do that and the true victory will be yours. No, it's not your turn quite yet. Now. The hero enters the scene. This is very dramatic. I don't know what's going on, but it's very dramatic so far. His memories began to dissipate, replaced by the darkness. And from that darkness, a new reality started to take form. Have I read this before? I think that was I don't know. The rhythmic vibrations of symbols. The scent of alcohol. Distant voices. And as he opened his eyes, a new light. save. Let us save right there. Where he surveyed his surroundings, trying to identify his location. What is this place? A violet and blue-toned light covered the room, casting a cold nocturnal ambient over the space. Alluring yet slightly sinister, illuminating yet crafting a false darkness. The heavy air, charged with the smell of liquor and the traces of tobacco smoke, called for a drink. From the speakers played a melody that drifted to the bar's corners, an exchange between a fragile piano and a confident but subtle bass, an elegant piece of jazz, even with the faint crackle that revealed its age. There was no doubt it was a bar, a high-class one. He stood up and turned towards the sofa where he had awoken. An old man and a girl were sleeping on the sofa next to it, very similar to his. Their faces were completely foreign to him. Who are these? He didn't recognize their faces, just like that place. Digging through his hazy memories, recalling what he'd been doing before waking up, the only thing he could say for certain was that he hadn't gone to sleep. The last thing he remembered was returning home. He went inside and then blank. He couldn't remember. Not being able to reach an answer, his attention shifted back to the two on the sofa. He decided to approach them, but was stopped by a voice behind him. Hey, look, someone else got up. He turned his head. On top of the nearby stairs, he found a man clearing his throat with a hint of disdain on his face. Behind that stranger, some more showed up, taking a good look at the young man. Distrust, intrigue, and arched eyebrows, those were the group's reactions after scrutinizing him. He didn't know what to say. Instead of talking, he looked around again, confused. Come over here, come on. After saying that, the man turned around and walked back with the others. Without giving it much thought, the young man followed them, going up the steps and reaching a much larger area. Not too far away, he saw the counter of that bar. The group he had followed was now sitting by it, alongside a few more people. He quickly went up to them. He didn't wait for a greeting. Questions were piling up in his mind, and they needed to be let out. What is this place? What's with this bar? Could somebody explain to me what's happening? First off, calm down, okay? Excuse me, it's just that... Yes, we know. We're all thinking the same. Just take a seat and try to chill out for a bit. You're not the only one lost here. But I don't understand. Do none of you know why you're here? Bingo. Bewildered, he sat down on one of the stools. The group's demeanor was about as much of a mystery to him as the bar. They seemed too relaxed, or at the very least, composed. However, looking more closely, he could tell some of them were tense. So, if I understand this correctly, you all woke up here just like I did? Exactly. A pretty Lijoso place, don't you think? What? Before anything else, we should ask for his alias. Alias, my nickname? If you check inside your pockets, you should find a device like this one. The man on the other side of the counter showed him what seemed like a small tablet. He saw its back for a brief moment, with letters printed on it that he couldn't make out in time. Try to turn it on, if you will. Following the man's instructions, he put his hand in his pocket, feeling an object quite unfamiliar to him. Oh, I have the option to do that. Taking it out, he confirmed that it was the same kind of tablet the man had shown him. Barman. He saw its back clearly, on which the golden letters spelled barman. It was trying to spell Batman, but it couldn't figure out how to type it. No. Barman. He pressed the only button it had, and the screen turned on. Welcome to the Golden Jack. Your name is Billiards. Billiards. What did you say? Billiards. Is that my alias? Billiards, eh? Seems like the theme continues. Theme? See, the nicknames have to have a shared theme. On top of the counter, with her legs crossed and glass in hand, the girl seemed unconcerned. She intoned her words with the same leisure as the sips she was taking from her drink. All these names seemed to be things that could be in a bar, like this one. I got lime. Little animation, character intro. Lime. I like her outfit, by the way. I like her character design. And her personality. She's like, I remember she was one of the characters I liked from this one. A pleasure, Monsieur. Lime. Maybe because my jokes are as strong as citric acid or something like that. I don't know. That's what some say about my sense of humor anyways. Ah, I see, like the lime you add to a drink. And billiards. Yeah, I guess it's a pretty common game in places like these. Maybe it's not the best example, but trust me, you'll get what I mean when you hear the others. Wait a moment, before that. What are these aliases for? How did we get here? That's what we all want to know too, but we know as much as you do. Then how did you know about this barman? It's quite simple, actually. We've been up longer, that's all. As soon as we saw the nicknames, we all agreed to use them, just to be safe, you know? Exactly. Could be dangerous to give our real names. Nobody seems to have recognized anyone else so far. In other words, we're a group of strangers. Billiards nodded, still trying to process the situation. He was certain he knew none of them, and had no idea how he got there. The situation was quite strange indeed. Everyone agreed that hiding any personal information was a good idea, at least for the time being. While he was still surprised by how calm they seemed to be despite the strange situation, now it made a bit more sense. He had no idea how long they'd been waiting for him to wake up, and they probably had enough time to calm down. And on that note, so then the old man and the other girl, they're still sleeping on those old sofas, right? We found you a while ago, but decided to let you sleep for a bit longer while we calmed down, especially for the old man's sake. It's important to have a good rest when you're at that age. I'm Cigar, by the way. The drink just... What's with the drinks? The drinks are piling up on the text box. I don't know what that means. Yes, can't say I'm fond of the name. But it is accurate. With the same tiredness as in her voice, she brought the lighter's flame closer to the cigarette, fighting to stay ablaze. Was it a coincidence that as a smoker she'd been given that name? Highly unlikely, and that disturbed him further. Though there was something else that got his attention. That cigarette and the lighter? Are those yours? Maybe it's just me, but the only thing in my pocket was this tablet, so that seems weird to me that... Oh no, it was the same for all of us when we woke up. I found the lighter on top of a cigarette machine, and the cigarette, well, you can take a guess. But if you didn't have any money, the key was in. Don't try to tell me stealing is wrong when, as far as I can tell, we're all here against our will. If the one responsible isn't the owner, I can pay them back later. I guess so, sure. Okay, so cigar and lime then. What about the rest? The man that had found him earlier placed his nearly empty glass of rum on the counter. He then searched through the pockets on his shirt and pants, and once again showing they were empty. Shit. He closed his fist tightly and hit his leg to vent out his frustration. Had he forgotten that they were emptied out? Had he not checked until then? Or had he done it out of habit? Goddamn addiction. Can't even think straight. Bartender, pass me something strong. Don't care what it is. Right away, sir. Cigar, pass me a smoke, pronto. You can get a new pack from the machine for free like I did. Come on, ma'am. If it's so free, why do you care? It's not like you use them all now, right? Fine. Luckily, there were 2 lighters. Take the other. Though frowning, Cigar extended her hand with the pack and lighter. As he took out a cigarette and lit it, the man addressed billiards. Poker. Now we got a drink from him. It's my alias, a pleasure. Hey, poker is much cooler than lime. No way, Jose. Haha, what's poker without some luck? As long as it's nothing more than luck and you don't have any aces up your sleeves. I'm not one for cheating. Happy to hear. If we get the chance, it'd be nice to play against you. Absolutely, I never say no to a good challenge. Excuse me, but... Ah, my bad, my bad. I guess you'd like to hear my alias, right? Yes, that'd be good. I'm Jin, like gin and tonic, not Jim. Also, not as in genie, I don't do wishes. I see. Gin is in the drink, the one made with juniper, right? Gin is weird enough, dude. Don't make it worse calling me Juniper. Sorry. It really is true that you were saying about the theming, though. It's all related to the bar. Can't complain too much. At least there's lots of drinks. Smiling and clinking a pair of ice cubes in her empty glass, Jen put her keen sights on the man behind the counter. Cocktail. Hey, get me another one. Right away. Billiards observed him and his mannerisms, dry and stoic, responding politely to the others and seemingly used to serving drinks. The dexterity on display, his control over the bottles, was quite remarkable as well. Wait, did you say cocktail? Affirmative. Cocktail is the alias I have received. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7 so far. I don't remember how many people are total. Seems like you're good at handling drinks. Indeed, I have some experience on the matter. I'd say it's more than just some. If you're in the need, I can make you any drink. I think I'm fine, thanks. Come on, don't be shy. This isn't the time to drink, what is? After all, alcohol fuels the flame inside our hearts. What? Ignore him, he already sounds drunk. Nah, that's just how I roll. You need way more than this to waste me, I assure you. And you are? My pseudonym is Darts. That man's appearance was quite curious. In fact, Billiards couldn't find the right words to describe him. While the bags under his eyes showed wariness, his gaze was sharp. Darts, alright. Sharp as a dart, you might say. I find it very fitting. Why? Now is not the appropriate time to get into details. Maybe at some other point. Okay, so then it's cigar, lime, poker, gin, cocktail, and darts. His eyes suddenly fell on a seventh person that he hadn't noticed up until that point. A kid around 11 or 12 years old was sitting on the stool behind Darts. He hadn't said a single word in the time Billiards had been there. Billiards leaned into the counter to get a better look at him. Their gazes crossed for an instant. And you are? The boy gazed at Billiards briefly, seemingly judging him. Once he was done with his quick observation, he lowered his head as a sign of distrust and answered, Piano. Huh? My nickname's Piano. So what's he doing in the bar? A bar shouldn't have anyone under 21, but he got in there somehow. Is he okay? He seems upset. I'd understand if he was, waking up here with no explanation, but we're not the ones he should be mad at. Well, to be fair, it makes sense for his age, though I wasn't like that as a kid. Trying to be lenient, he decided to leave it at that. Someone else, however, thought differently. Oh, there you are, Beyond R. Good to have you here. Yeah, you missed the start, but it's okay. The only thing I would bring up, well, you'll see it. Just watch the replay of the first 10 or 20 minutes or so. You haven't really missed too much. So I played through this game. Whoa, I didn't know that would do it. Okay, I'm trying not to accidentally undo all the progress I just did. Save. This is what I wanted to do. So the last time I played this game was the old demo from June of 2023. So I can't remember anything when I played it. I mean, I remember some of the characters, but that's about it. So this is pretty much like I'm playing it for the first time, effectively. Yeah. I do remember some of these characters, though, because their designs are pretty memorable. Billiards. Hey, Billiardo. A hand touched his shoulder. Yeah, that was a long time ago. So who knows how much has changed since then. If I'm not mistaken, the intro was very different, although maybe it was there the whole time. I don't know, but I don't remember the whole introduction being there. So, oh right, I'm Billiards. Sorry, I haven't gotten used to that name yet. No pasa na, you aren't alone. So another thing I mentioned, I like her outfit and design quite a bit. She's a very, very memorable character. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, don't you think your namey is just a teeny tiny bitty too wonky? Well, now that you mention it, billiards doesn't really feel like a name. It's a bit awkward. Exactly, and so because of that, I hereby propose that you be renamed. Insert drumroll here. Bill. How's that? Almost sounds like a real name and everything. I mean, it is, so sure, sounds good, I guess. You can call me Bill. It's probably going to be much easier to get used to than billiards. Great, then I, Lime, baptize you as Bill. Amen. The newly renamed Bill then remembered the two people that had yet to awaken, the girl and the old man. I like that, by the way. I just like the fact that you can actually shorten it to a name, Bill. Although I keep thinking of it as Billy. Billiards, Billy. Billy Billiards. By the way, shouldn't we wake up the other two already? Yeah, it's about time. We've waited long enough. The group decided to get up and peek at the lower couch area where he had awoken. The one upside from having been that long, people can replay the demo without feeling like they're replaying it. Yeah, exactly. The old man's head was visible above the back of one of the couches. However, the spot next to him where the girl had been was now... Huh? Where did the girl go? I only see ramps. Bill went down to the steps and up to the couches. The girl had indeed disappeared. Confused, he looked around for only traces of her. The old man's eyebrows then began to move as he was trying to open his eyes. This guy reminds me of Kinzo from Umineko. He's got the... I mean, I don't know how much personality-wise, but he looks a lot like him. Yeah. Bill looked at him. The man put his hand on his nape and started to massage its tired muscles. He rubbed his eyelids and looked back to the bewildered boy. Finally, before talking, he licked his dry lips. St. Peter, is that you? What? This is heaven, no? From the higher area, the rest of the group, paying attention to what was happening, started to murmur. Some laughs could be heard. The old man turned his head towards the noise. Wasn't expecting to find a bar up here. Better than expected, if you get to drink, that is. Unfortunately for us all, this doesn't seem to be a paradise whatsoever. Asato, being a bar, it's probably more like purgatory, if you know what I mean. Sir, please come this way. We'll try to explain as best we can. The old man struggled to his feet and looked at Bill once more before leaving with the others. It was there that Bill remembered he hadn't found the girl yet. He turned his head towards the nearby tables. At one of them, sitting on a chair examining a barman, was the girl. Nice. There she is. Excuse me, hi. She's also one of my favorite characters. I like her design a lot too. Her eyes didn't react to the greeting. She kept staring at her barman screen. Did she not hear me? Could she be deaf? Hello, can you hear me? What do you want? Oh, I thought you couldn't hear me. With the suspicion of deafness out, Bill could only think of one other explanation for the lack of a response. She isn't just ignoring me, is she? I see you also have a barman. So you must have an alias too, right? Mine is Bill. Well, it's Billiards, actually. What about you? Coffee. Coffee? Lime? Yo, Billy, my man, my dude, what's up? Came to see what you were up to. I see you've got a new friend. Hey, Houston, Earth the Bill Man. See, she's got some of the best dialogue in the game. Lime waved enthusiastically at Coffee, but she didn't get anything more than a slight head movement, of unknown meaning, in response. The others will want to meet you, so you should come up with me to the counter and beyond. Andiamo. With that, Lime went back to the counter, shouting, Hey, guys, it's coffee time. What's wrong with her? It's coffee time. So, let's go. Without a word, the girl got up and headed to the counter. Bill did the same, following close behind. Oh, you're right. It turned on. See, my personal war with these gadgets has been long-standing, albeit this one is easy to use. Not long ago, I bought one of those mobile telephones, you know? I'm slowly learning, though you can't ask too much of somebody my age, haha. Fascinating. Forget your war stories and respond, geezer. What does it say on the screen? Let's take a look. Huh, this thing knows me well. It says vodka. Vodka, huh? I'm pretty sure that's everybody. Also, I don't remember if the drinks were on the text box in the first demo. I don't remember that at all. And I don't really know why they're here either, but it is kind of cool. I guess to sort of visualize what these drinks are. Because I don't really know. Honestly, I don't know much about any of this kind of stuff, so it does help visualize it a bit more. Together we make a good cocktail. No doubt, I can prepare it if you so wish. Maybe later, but before we start drinking, it'd be nice to know why we're here. We should already have all the pseudonyms, no? The what? Still don't get why it says vodka here. This ain't a bottle, can't drink it. That's your name for now, unless you'd like to tell us your real one. I may be old, but I'm not dumb. If there's a code name, it must be for a reason. Trust me on this. The drinks show what characters are nearby. Oh, okay. If there's one thing I'm confident about this, if the game ever gets popular, it'll be thanks to Lime. Yeah. Interesting. So these are about nearby characters. Okay, cool. Thanks. Well, now what? What is this for? As all of them had more or less introduced themselves, the big question reappeared. Actually, one moment. I'm going to rearrange something here for a moment. So I can more easily read the chat, I'm putting this on that side. I've got 3 monitors, and the way the chat is set up, it's going to be better if I do it that way. Okay, now I can actually see when people actually text me. You can also click on them to open their profiles once that's unlocked. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so we need answers. Somebody must have brought us here. This is a kidnapping. Kidnapping me? What for? I'd be the winning party as long as the kidnapper takes care of me. Having free access to this bar already makes it a-okay as far as I'm concerned. Don't say things like that. I'm sure your family is very worried right now. Is your relationship with your family that bad? Huh. Is that a yes? According to my... I don't even know how to say this. I'm just going to skip that word. I would quantify with a margin of error that mayhaps it is surely. Well, I think she's lost it completely. That didn't take long. You can't lose what you never had. That's my secret. Trademarked. Don't steal it. I just want to know what sort of substance you're on, for research and preservation. Nothing illegal, officer. It's all natural, baby. This really isn't the right time for this. Again, this has to be a kidnapping, right? Somebody put us to sleep and locked us up in this abandoned bar. Silence filled the room for a few seconds. Although he understood that most of them had been awake for longer, it still felt strange that they had accepted it so rapidly. There was a piece missing, an important piece to understand the situation, and that was... No, you got one thing wrong. That's what we assumed when we woke up. That's what you'd expect in this kind of scenario, if it's even something you can expect. And yet, while it looks like we were captured and carried here somehow... Poker looked at what seemed to be the only entrance and exit of the bar. We checked the door and it's open. We aren't locked up in here. However, that doesn't mean we can get outside. If we go out and explore, we could run into locked doors. Wait, the bar's exit isn't locked, but you didn't go out? Some insisted on doing so, but I convinced them against it until all of us were awake. In a situation like this, being prudent is essential. And now that we're all here, it's time to see what awaits us outside the bar. Not even going to let me have one sip before we leave? I can serve you a drink if you wish, but... Not now. I'd like to get out of here as soon as possible. Well, go right ahead if you want. Nobody's gonna stop you. No, we must stay. It was then that the conversation veered into a different path, one that had no way back. They all turned towards the new voice. You should check the rules. The shy but mysterious girl has spoken up. Coffee, who had remained invisible up to that point, gained the attention of everyone present with their gaze still on the barman. Hey, Spire Games. Yeah, no problem. I already played through yours, so you can watch the replay whenever you have time. So I covered yours. Your game was quite good. It was I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed the part of it that was shown in the demo. So, yeah. Just letting you know that I already covered it, so when you have time you can go take a look at it. Right now we're doing the Torrid's game, so yeah. And it looks like some crazy stuff is about to happen. Also, I want to do more of these types of streams in the future, and realistically I should have been doing these a long time ago, so you know, maybe I'll be able to stream like entire games at some point. So we'll see. I'm just kind of short on time these days, but if that ever changes, then maybe I can do these streams for longer. Yep. Okay. This thing contains something. Jin raised her barman high to call everyone's attention. Probably something related to our situation. We decided to wait until we were all together before checking anything. Another reason for why we chose to remain here. But somebody seems to have jumped the gun. Well, might as well check before we go out. Let's see what are these so-called rules. I have a bad feeling about this. With slightly shaky hands, Bill turned on the barman once more. Again, that presentation screen with the name Billiards appeared. He didn't want to follow instructions coming from such a suspicious device, but if he wanted to find out what was going on, he had to touch the screen. Trying to calm down, he took a deep breath and touched the screen to proceed. Rules. After touching the screen, the name disappeared and was replaced by a message. And indeed, there were several menus, though only the first one was unlocked. Rules. Deeper and deeper, the pit in Bill's stomach grew, but to find out what it all meant, he had no choice but to keep going down that hole. That's funny because, you know, the game itself is titled about rules, so it's kind of funny that the thing that stops him from leaving the room is the rules, right? Welcome to... oh, there it goes. The rules appeared alongside a message on top of them. The welcome message from their kidnapper. Oh, so this is what was happening earlier. Like, I don't know why it takes such a long time to load occasionally, but this is very not fun. Like, I don't know if it's just my computer or if this is happening on everybody's computer who plays the demo, but I would recommend fixing that and getting that loading screen down to like something a little bit more bearable. Welcome to the Golden Jack. You have been chosen to play a game. Your bodies have been poisoned. It's a slow poison. If you win the game, you will receive the antidote. If you want to come out alive, you'll have to partake. My motives are irrelevant to you. If you want revenge, first you'll have to win. From now on, you are chained to my rules, and you yourselves will become those rules. These rules will be your shackles, but also your weapons. Break them, and you'll be set free. It's likely you'll want to evade reality. This is a dream. This is a joke. This isn't for real. You are free to think so. In an hour, you'll feel the first symptoms of the poison. It will be then when you'll have to make a choice. Otherwise, it'll be the end. Be strong. Find your allies, defeat your enemies, and see what lies beyond. From the very bottom of my being, I await a good game. The owner. So, those are the rules. It's the engine not being great. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Everyone fell completely silent, staring at their screens, some reading while others were still trying to understand what was happening. Players must take part in the game following the rules. All players have been poisoned. The poison would take effect in 1 hour and 5 minutes from the start of the game, but after an hour at XX o'clock, antidotes that delay death for 1 hour will be distributed. Each player has a specific antidote, and others won't have an effect. If an antidote is broken, falls to the floor, or is drunk by the wrong player, be it accidental or deliberate, it shall be replaced. If a player breaks a rule or is eliminated for any other reason, that player won't receive their antidote. The winners of the game shall be rewarded with an antidote that removes their poison permanently. Bill felt like he had become the only person in that room, like the entire world around him, except for those words, had stopped existing. He probably wasn't the only one who felt that way. Would anyone mind discussing this together? I think it would help understand the situation if we talked about it. Cocktail broke the silence with an appeasing tone, trying to keep that tension from going out of control. The world returned and Bill was thrown out of his trance, not even remembering if he had been breathing. Poker frowned. The calmness he had shown until then was gone. In general, everyone seemed to have been affected to some degree. Yeah, sounds good. What do you all think about this whole mess? This is ridiculous. The door is open. I'm not taking part in this. It's like one of those horror games, but they left the door open. We can just leave, right? What's the point of kidnapping us if it's optional? Well, this doesn't read like it is, but... No, we obviously don't have an option. Running away is out of the question. Why? The poison, assuming it's real, it will kill us if we set foot outside. Not if we look for help. If we manage to find a doctor, or... If someone put in this much effort setting up just this shit, assuming it's not some messed up hidden camera prank, they would be smart enough to make sure that the poison's not easy to get rid of. What we saw behind the exit door when we checked it wasn't locked makes it clear as damn crystal. Are we sure this guy's not drunk already? I think it's hard to say his lines. Okay, what's on the other side? A hallway. We're not getting out of there just by getting off this bar. And even though this door is open, the one leading outside might not. In fact, I would bet it's not. There has to be windows in this building. I'm not very athletic, so maybe it's not the best idea, but if it's the only choice that we have... As far as this bar is concerned, I've yet to see a single window around. If we found any outside the bar, sure, that's an option, as long as we aren't too high up. Even if you were the world champion of Olympic jumping, you'd still die if you fell 10 plus 4s. That's true. Those of you that can climb walls superhero style would be in luck. Meanwhile, the rest of us mortals would be quite screwed. They couldn't be sure until they checked, although being too hopeful wasn't a good idea either, and there was one detail that hadn't been brought up yet. It made perfect sense to not want to participate in a game after being placed there against their will, but they had already made the following two assumptions. 1, the poison was real, and 2, much more critically, that the game would be one that they would not want to play. In other words, it wouldn't be an innocent game to enjoy and then simply leave after its conclusion. Not only because of the poison, anyone could tell what type of game it was. That was precisely the reason why the poison was needed to force him to play. Realizing both points, Bill immediately spoke up about the first. Wait, have we really been poisoned? As this clearly states, we can't really be sure for now. If we could do that, we'd just say, screw this game and focus on getting out of here. And that's the crux of the matter. If it's true, we have to wait an hour. I mean, one of us falls flat on the ground and it's confirmed as heck. Any doctors in the room? Poison expert required over here. The cold silence of their companions made Lime and Vodka aware that it wasn't the time for humor. The young woman and the old man shared a resigned look. Well, let's keep reading for the time being. Nothing wrong with that. We can worry about that poison nonsense later. Exactly. Let's look at all the cards before we play. To play, a barman device is required, of which there is one for each player that can only be used by that player. Under no circumstances can a player intentionally look at the screen of another barman while it's on, show their own screen while it's turned on to another player, or break or perform any violent actions to any barman. Each player has a numbered rule associated with them, which only that player can break without any penalty or limit. However, a link between two players allows the infringement of their linked partner's rule. Interesting. Interesting, now you want to play? Nah, but under less criminal circumstances, maybe I would. A game where each player plays with slightly different rules is a pretty appealing concept. Right, you have to follow all the rules except your own. That immediately gives each player a unique advantage and disadvantage, though it also mentions some link stuff. I'm guessing it'll come up later. How? How can they talk about these rules so naturally? What's wrong with them? Huh, but where's that rules screen at? I'd say it will appear after this. We shouldn't rush. If a player dies, the associated rule will be removed from the game permanently. Ah, I see. As it's presumed, an incentive to eliminate others. The fewer there are, the more freedom for the remaining people. Depending on what the rules are, the game could open up a lot. The way he spoke made it sound like a simple game. What that actually meant was clear. The second assumption they had made, that it wasn't any mere game. But he avoided using words like that at the moment. Wait. He had avoided using words that, at the moment, were starting to turn taboo. Nobody could tell if he had done so knowingly, or if it was in his head that it was really just a game. At XX45 of every hour, all players present in the Golden Jack will have to participate in a council, where they can debate in order to find the rule number of the other players and use accusations to eliminate them. Oh, debates. Sounds intense. So basically, the goal is to find out the other's numbers to get them out of the game. Sounds easy enough. Yes, but remember, according to what we learned earlier, each number is associated with a rule. Ah, then... Indeed, with each elimination, the game can change drastically. I see, so those are the consequences for putting an end to the player. To a player. Darts got several stares for his seemingly blasé attitude, though he didn't seem to care. No player can leave a council until it has been declared finished. To unveil the rule that each player possesses, help in the form of data, information, and the numbers that apply to it has been distributed among the players, as well as hints hidden throughout the play area to connect the data with the player. And finally, the most important part, the last core rule of the game, which confirmed their fears. The game will continue until 3 or less players remain alive. Until then, nobody can exit the building. That bar was in truth a jail cell, despite its door being unlocked. They hadn't seen what awaited them beyond the Golden Jack, yet even now, what should have been a cozy bar had been irrevocably changed. A shared cell that demanded sacrifices. And there it is. Didn't like a single bit how this was all written, but now there's no doubt. A deathly game, eh? You're lucky to have me here. You can get rid of me with no regrets. Enough years on my path. Or maybe I'm the lucky one. I got way fewer years of my life at stake. Not funny anymore. That wasn't meant as a joke. At my age, it's hard to take anything seriously. When you reach it, you'll understand. If you do, that is. The previous looks that Darts had received were trivial next to what the old man received, albeit the feeling they gave off was different. It was a serious matter, and his dark humor could only dishearten them. Alright, I admit, that was too much. You don't need to listen to me. Put on some smiles, though. This isn't a funeral. Not yet, anyway. Whatever you say, old fart. Hey, I'm on Grandpa's side. A bit. A sense of humor is important, especially in moments like these. Maybe not that sort of humor, though. Not my type, sorry. Well, at least the one behind this had the great benevolence to let 3 of us survive. I'm sure they thought they were doing us a great favor. How generous of them. It was true that in such games, the worst case scenario was for only one person to retain their life, or none. That said, they couldn't get their heads around who would both want to and be capable of running such a game. Bill wanted to say something to throw out all the frustration that had taken a hold of him, but words didn't come out. What could he say to change the situation? Whoever is behind this shit must be really messed up in the head. Yeah, right? And people call me weird. Liam's intentions were well-meaning, though not effective. They were no more than a curtain trying to hide away reality, to avoid panic and alleviate their minds. But they couldn't close their eyes for long. Bill took a deep breath and tried to calm down before speaking up. Then we have to play this no matter what? No. Finally, he sprung into action. Even though we're strangers, we shouldn't participate in something that involves killing each other. We can't. The voice of reason. Trying to not think about it, the word kill spewed out of him as if he had tried to get it out of his head. He didn't want to imagine how things would end up if the situation got out of hand. On the surface, the 9 people with him didn't seem dangerous. They were victims just like him, some more peculiar than others, but no one had the eyes of a killer. At least that's what he felt, and that's how he wanted it to remain. If our lives are in danger, our only option is to play. I won't lie down and wait for my death. I know, I'm not saying we should give up, it's the opposite. We have to survive, but we can't lose our humanity in the process. Unfortunately, those words stuck to his throat for a few moments, letting someone else intervene. Let's not get heated, please. We have yet to fully read all that this game entails. Exactly. Chill. We haven't gotten to the rules yet. Last thing we need is to break one by accident. If we haven't done that yet, of course. A chill ran through Bill's spine. It was far from the first one, but perhaps it was the biggest one yet. Carried away by the events and his emotions, he'd forgotten something so obvious, perhaps it hadn't even crossed his mind. Without any further delay, everyone touched their screens and the rules appeared. Okay, there's a lot. There's a lot of rules. It was a list of 10 rules. A quick glance at them was enough to leave him breathless. Before he could calm down and read them, Bill heard their voices. So ours is the one marked, yeah? Seems so. Yikes, this is way too much stuff all at once. Oh mama, oh papa, we goofed and we planked. What does that mean? I see. Bill looked at the list, but... Huh? He didn't see any marks. What was supposed to indicate which one was his rule? Did he have to ask the others for help? For some reason he couldn't bring himself to do it. There's too many, that's why they need to be ripped, yeah. Makes sense. A tap on the screen enlarged the rules. Well, how many people are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? There's 10 people and there's 10 rules. So one of them should be his. Maybe his device was broken, or perhaps there was some meaning behind it. If that was the case, sharing it with everyone is dangerous, as it would put him at a disadvantage. As soon as he thought that, his mind slammed on the brakes. Had he just... Unconsciously and against his wishes, his brain had started to play that game, and he couldn't erase those thoughts from his head. Better off not saying anything for now. Before anything else, I should read them. One by one, he read the 10 rules in the middle of that silence that had formed while everyone else did the same. All rules were notable in some way. However, 5 of them were especially important, the first 4 and the 9th. Oof, I'm lost as heck right now. Anyone got a recap? I believe it would be beneficial for all of us to discuss it openly. Right, it's important that we all understand what we're dealing with. The first rule seems like a good summary. 1. Intended killing is forbidden except with an accusal or being the spy. So we can't just go butcher someone, yeah? That's a good rule, it keeps us safe. But then if that rule gets ripped, then it doesn't anymore. More like it restricts the killer role to one person. The player in possession of that rule can break it without being eliminated, don't forget it. Several looks of suspicion flew across the room. Trying to calm things down, someone slightly changed the subject. I mean, it would be interesting for that one to be the first rule to go, right? What's that talk about a spy? Are we back to the Cold War? We're already in the 21st century, Gramps. Good question, though. No clue what that's about. Oh, we have a spy. I can't even read that. I can't even read that. That's explained later on. What seems clear is that the easiest way for us to eliminate anyone is with those accusals. Exactly. Only one person can go the violent route, but if they die, the path becomes available to all of us. Right. Everything was getting more and more bizarre by the second. I mean, you could almost visualize it like in terms of routes, essentially. Depending on what the choices allow me to do, I don't really know how this is going to work, but if the choices allow me to branch which rules get ripped at different points in time, that could like really change the trajectory of the game. Can I pull up the rules or not? I guess I can't. I was gonna look at them, but I guess I can't do that. Bill cannot understand. Perhaps those people had been chosen for the game precisely because of their easy acceptance of it, but in that case, why was he included? But wait, if only one can kill, how is this game fair? By using accusations, it's explained in the council menu. Basically, if enough people know somebody's number, they can get an accusal started and vote them. And if they get it right, that person's antidote is taken out. Then, let's say, for example, I start an accusation against 4. Everyone would get a message saying something like, "Number 4 is on the ropes, make them pay." That was way too lame. Forget the example, that's not the important part. We would all get the memo, and then we would write the name of the player that we think has rule 4, in your case. Like, for example, darts. Is that an accusation? No clue, should it be? I don't think that... Channel your inner key, people. Enter Nirvana with me, let's go. Uno, dos, y tres, done. Calm now. I'm calm, yep. We can just not vote, right? Yeah, abstaining, a blank vote. And that could have consequences. As expected, if someone's number was found out, their life would be put in danger. Okay, I think I'm getting it now. I got a question about the next one. 2, you must remain inside the Golden Jack. That's his bar, right? Didn't you say you opened the door? Yes, but we didn't go out. It doesn't count, right? Right? Let's hope. Didn't even open it all the way. Nobody stepped outside. We should be safe. Waiting was the right call. Then we are trapped in here. Man. All but one, to be precise. Right, the person who has the rule. Let's hope they don't abandon us. As long as they leave the drinks here, I'm good. The other rules said we couldn't leave the building, so I doubt it. Maybe, but that person could go out, investigate, and tell us what they found. That would reveal their rule, ergo their number. Nobody is that stupid. Alright, calm down, young man. It was an idea, that's all. Sure, if someone wants to be the noble sacrifice, they're welcome, but like I said, I doubt it. Relax, we can get to those things later. I think the third one is the most dangerous right now. 3, in each council, one player will have to say their number publicly. Lying is allowed, but without repeating a number until all have been declared. If a lie is proven, the liar must declare their real number. The first 2 could be considered reasonable, in comparison, anyways. Oh yeah, that one did me good. They telling us to do some sacrificial rituals? That's a very extreme way to look at it, but I can't deny that that's how it seems. It depends on what it decides. It depends on what it decides is a proven lie. So, in essence, in each of these councils, one person has to take that risk so everyone can survive, until all of us have done it after 10 hours. Still, how do they expect us to do it? Nobody will take that risk, and we will all break that rule. But only the person holding that rule would be forgiven, which would make them the only survivor. We have to stop that. If we agree on an order and follow it, yeah, sure, good luck with that. It's the only way to be the first, then. He didn't know how to respond to that. Maybe he really had to be the first, so the rest would follow him. But even with that in mind, it was a hard call to make. It was a classic prisoner's dilemma. Someone had to take a risk for the well-being of the others, but if nobody took it, then all would be punished. Yep. All the voices stopped until... Number 4 is also important. Once again, she chimed in when everyone else had already forgotten her presence. True. 4. If the game continues after 10 hours have passed, players will have to end it immediately with their suicide. Wow, okay. They're unaliving. Actually, I don't think... I've been trying to avoid certain words for the algorithm, but I think we're deep enough into the stream where it doesn't matter. A 10-hour time limit, essentially. And what a way to phrase it, man. Well, that makes sense. That way we aren't stuck here forever. That's only if we can get through Rule 3. In comparison, 4 isn't as imminent. Even so, we have to hurry. We have to find a way out. 10 hours should be enough time to investigate and find the exit. In a corner of the screen was, as standard, the time appeared. 0025. When they had awakened? I don't know which one it is. It had to have been 12 o'clock. At least that's how it seemed, but it was suspicious that they had woken up right as the day started. They didn't know how many hours had passed since their abduction, so any given time could be true. Or it could just be a timer, counting the time since the start of the game. As long as Rule 2 exists, we can't look for an exit. These could be considered the 4 main rules: a player elimination method restriction, a spatial restriction, an hourly danger, and a time restriction. Okay, that's a good way of simplifying it. There was another imperative rule, however. Rule 9 also worries me. At the start of every hour, each player will be assigned a secret objective that has to be completed before that hour ends without being discovered. You know, if it weren't for like the death game aspect of this could actually be an interesting party game to play, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, elimination obviously doesn't mean death, but it means like kicking people out of the party, right? Or something like that. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Oh yeah, even more stuff. Exactly what we needed. For real though, why play this when you have elegant and beautifully simple games like good old rock, paper, scissors? What? All I'm saying is, if they have to make us play something, at least make it simple, like paper, scissors, rock. Nothing beats scissors, rock, paper. I'm just gonna ignore all that stuff at the end. If rules will go down with time, it makes sense it's so complex. Otherwise, it might actually end up being more basic than RPS. I don't think it would go that far, but yes, I guess it makes some sense. So that's the recap, yeah. More or less, but read all of it later. At least don't be lazy. I thought about that too, though it would work well if it to work well, it would have to be with people you don't know very well. Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess. Interesting. Well, keep that in mind for something down the road, perhaps. A board game version. You could play it at a board game party or whatever, right? Make a board game spin-off. That could be fun. More or less, read all of it later. At least don't be lazy. Okay. But there's something really intriguing. Rule 10 mentions a spy mode, which appears in one of the menus, and only that rule can use. And only that rule can. Hold on a minute. Rule 10 mentions a spy mode. Okay. And only that rule can use the spy mode. Okay. Only the person associated with that rule can use the spy mode. But it doesn't seem to be explained anywhere. Oh my, the spy strikes back. Electric Boogaloo. That's true. The first one also mentioned a spy. Nobody seemed to have the answer for that mystery, so the conversation ended there. My head hurts because of all this nonsense. Oh wait, it's the usual. At least we can check them whenever we want. There's a ton of stuff not cleared yet, but all that info should be in here too, I hope. Even with doubt still in the air, those were the main rules. That was the game they had been shut in. He had to examine the other options inside the so-called barman in depth. He had to know his enemy well, the game. Oof, too complicated, so many numbers. Can't we play Una and leave it at that? Una? Wait, you don't know Una? I may be old, but I do know that much Spanish. Look, I can count. Una, dos, dua, troy, etc., etc. Molto bien, you passed. Por qué? Complaining is pointless. All the pieces have been laid on the board. Those who continue to look away will fall first. The young man assigned the name Billiard saw things differently. Playing the game wasn't his priority, or even figuring out his number. That situation, typical of a horror movie, was a one-way road with a dead end, literally. If they let fear carry them, they themselves would cause that end, and the criminal behind it all would be the winner. Who was the culprit? What were their motives? Why them? Those weren't the questions he wanted to solve. He wasn't a detective and had no plans to become one. They had a life to continue, waiting for them outside in the world they had lived in until then. A world full of hardships, but that even in the worst times wasn't as sinister as the game in front of them. He would return alive, and it wouldn't be alone or with any sacrifice. He wouldn't lower himself to becoming a murderer. They had to escape somehow. That was the only option before it was too late, before number one made a move. Luckily, only that person was an impending threat. However, while they were relatively safe as long as Rule 1 lived, that merely prolonged their lives for 10 hours. As long as Rule 4 existed, that was their limit. I'm still not so sure, but as long as the poison can be real, we have no choice but to follow the rules. And if we confirm it's real, we'll have to play. He looked all around at the faces of his alleged opponents. There were all sorts of expressions. Some with a confident look, others with a confident grin, some confused or not taking it seriously, others staring at their barman screen with sweat drops on their forehead, or faces that wanted to scream. What was each member thinking? Some could already be planning something, no matter what appeared, even if they were strangers. Beyond our rule repair. The text went before I could read it all, but that's okay. And that's the intro. So I think I remember reading somewhere that the demo was like extremely long. I'm not going to have time to play through the whole demo. So I will go further just so that we go beyond just the introduction, but I'm not going to be able to get through the whole thing. So I'll have to figure out a decent stopping point. 5 years had passed since that day, the day his life completely changed and his search started. He wasn't looking for anything special, only something ordinary, yet essential. Life. That was all. A life he could be proud of, one that could be remembered in his last moments without any regrets. No, not even that. He didn't mind having some regrets. He was ready to make some mistakes as long as they were minor. There was no specific dream, no exact goal to reach, only a simple wish of happiness like anyone would, but that was part of his wish. The part where he differed from everyone else, ironically, was his yearning to be a part of society. One of many, nobody special. While most desire individuality, he searched for a simple peace to reside in a normal life. That didn't mean he had no ambitions. He wasn't looking for mediocrity, but he simply didn't need anything special. Many had laughed at him because of that, or had tried to change his mind. However, even though his dream was simple, ordinary, basic, with nothing special and boring, his willpower to reach it had been clearer and stronger than anybody would have anticipated, even surprising himself. It had been 5 years since he had started living alone, still a teenager. Okay, I'm gonna keep going for at least another hour or two, so it'll be a little bit, yeah. But it's cool to have you here, you know. So, and if I end up ending the stream, you can always watch the replay. But it was definitely cool to have you at the chat. I think I might see if this window should be closed or curtain should be closed. That might help the lighting. I wonder if that helps. In many ways, nothing had changed, unlike 6 years before, when his life had changed completely. His life had slowly improved, and he got used to his new independent life. Until... Prologue. Oh, we're just starting the prologue? I thought that was the prologue. More loading. Yeah, I think that did help the lighting. Yeah, I started the stream at 12:30, I think, so 5:30 is probably when I'll end it, so 2 hours from now. Now he was here at the bar. You can now access the map. Nice. You can now access profiles. Trying to calm down, Bill breathed deeply. In an instant, his life had changed completely, losing everything he had been taking years to build up. He had managed to get out of the small world that had trapped him for almost all of his life, to now having his life trapped again in the bar, the Golden Jack, a world even smaller, emptier, and almost bare of life. He had to escape that prison and recover his life, but he wasn't planning on doing it as his jailer intended. Some could see it as making an already difficult situation even worse. However, from his point of view, it was the only valid option. If he wanted to get back to the life that had been taken from him, he had to keep his hands clean of blood. He wasn't particularly religious, so it wasn't about not tainting his soul with sin, or even about avoiding jail. There was just a much bigger, more important reason. He was simply incapable of killing. Before anything else, I propose we all investigate this place. Agreed. For now, let's have a truce. Exactly. We need to act, but be careful, everyone. Got it. Nobody said anything else. Was his picture showing up the other times he was talking? I don't remember that happening. Oop. It wasn't fully clear. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention, but it wasn't fully clear if they had accepted the truce, though thankfully only one of them had the power to break it. Most of them left pretty quickly, leaving only a handful by the counter. With nobody paying attention to him, Bill decided it was finally time to act. Yeah, so now we only have the one glass representing ourselves. It didn't take long to find what he was looking for. The door. Or the exit. Or technically speaking, the entrance. 3 names for the same thing: a door, an exit, and an entrance. A space that appeared separate from the rest of the bar, walled off from the blameless plants that made looking inside from the sides a difficult task. The front of it, on the floor, lay a welcome sign, not very welcoming in their situation, though. Welcome to the Golden Jack. You must remain inside the Golden Jack. If that rule existed, it could only mean one thing. He stretched his arm, grabbed the handle, and slightly pushed it. The door really wasn't closed. The only thing that stopped them from opening it and leaving was that rule. Oddly enough, it opened outwards, a strange design choice for an entrance. Considering the game, though, no one would want to enter that bar, only exit from it. Perhaps that was why, without thinking about it, he had pushed it instead of pulling it. He gulped. His much desired escape was within one hand of rotation. But then what? Considering that someone with the ability to leave existed, it was a reasonable assumption that what lay beyond wasn't freedom. Not even number 2 could really escape the game. There was a big problem, an obstacle that anchored them to it. Your bodies have been poisoned. It's a slow poison. If you win the game, you'll receive the antidote. They weren't sure if it was true, but that wasn't a threat they could really ignore. As time passed, the likelihood of everything being fake was getting smaller, at least to him. There were only 2 realistic possibilities. Either everything was red or a very cruel hidden... Either everything was real or a very cruel hidden camera TV program. And while he wanted to believe it was the second one, a TV program with such a twisted sense of humor, kidnapping random people with no permission was unthinkable. It was clearly illegal, even if the poison was fake and every security measure was in place to prevent death. And if it was all true, if their captor had managed to prepare everything, obtaining the poison for everyone, it wouldn't be hard in comparison. In the end, he decided to push those thoughts to the side for now, and finally, he opened the door. He barely opened it before closing it again, immediately taking a step back. He knew that the more he opened it, the more time he let it be opened, the harder it'd be able to resist the urge to leave. That much was enough. He had taken a look at the outside, and what he had seen was, without question, a hallway. In other words, as it was to be expected, the bar's exit didn't lead to the outside. They were in some sort of building. If he could get outside, then, even after breaking that rule that forbid leaving, a chance existed to get to a hospital that could save them from the poison. However, without knowing his own number, going out with the hope that he had the second rule was too big of a risk. If he broke the rule, there would be 1 hour max for the poison to take effect. In that time, maybe he could find an antidote or the exit to the building, but anyone would know that was impossible for one person that didn't know what or who was on the other side. Before taking such a risk, it was best to make sure of a few things and gather some help. Finding a way to contact the outside or a straightforward way out with no danger would be ideal. After a few moments, a decision was made. 2 hours. If an alternative wasn't found in that time, he would go through that door. There wasn't any reason for it to be 2 hours. It was a personal, self-imposed limit. If by then he hadn't had any luck, he probably wouldn't get some by waiting any longer. In fact, maybe 1 hour was enough to check his chances there. especially considering that the worst case scenario could happen at any moment. Being there any longer than that was dangerous. For him and for everyone else. Use the blue disc to change the music. Okay. For now, I should investigate a little and talk to the others. But where to go first? Right-click the billiard ball to choose direction and left-click to hit it. Whoops. What did I do? Oh. Okay. Right-clicking brings up the menu. I only have 2 options, but it's like I can't always. That's weird. Okay, I'm looking at the actual stick. Okay. I should be looking at the question marks. Okay. Let's go down here, I guess. Bill moved to the area where the piano lay. It wasn't too far from the counter, or what seemed to be the entrance of the bar. A black wall piano stood out among the rest of the furnishing. He didn't know much about instruments, but assumed it was worth a very good amount. It wasn't the only item of value there either. Standing at the opposite wall was a jukebox, clearly quite old yet well maintained, a rarity in the modern era. Looks pretty clean for its age, like it's brand new. Clearly this bar isn't actually abandoned. Next to it was the cigarette machine that Cigar had mentioned before. And speaking of Cigar, the woman was right there, looking through the jukebox's song selection. She wasn't the only one around. The kid who had received the name Piano had seemingly caught interest in the book collection around the instrument with his name. Any good tune? Yes, but I doubt you know any. Quite aged by now. As expected from a jukebox. Exactly. It's been a while since I last saw one. Must be pretty valuable. Then this bar has to be quite old too, right? Not necessarily, but this thing, no doubt. And how about you, Piano? What's in there? Don't see anything special. It's mostly only musical scores. But there's also philosophy books and other stuff. Anything you think could be relevant? Supposedly there were hints, information about them and their numbers hidden throughout the bar. But they would have to search every nook and cranny to find them. It was actually possible that someone had found something already and was hiding it. But that didn't matter to Bill. Hints were only useful to win the game, and he had no intention of surviving that way. Not sure. There could be information in some of them. There's a lot, though. Finding something won't be easy. Piano, any title catching your attention? Well, there's this one with a green masked sorcerer on the edge of a cliff on the cover that looks cool. I don't think that one will help us much. Wait, how about this one? Metaphysics sounds important. What's that? Oof, that's too complicated. Not for your age. Age? I'm young, not stupid. Actually, it's not so much about the age. I wouldn't get it either. Sorry to interrupt, but are you really looking for clues? Well, yeah, we have to find out who has the dangerous rules, like 1 and 4. Right, those are dangerous, but killing them isn't the answer. We aren't looking for clues specifically. We know nothing of this place, and there could be something helpful hidden around. Or at least something to figure out who put all this together, or where we are. Okay, on that I agree. Whatevs. Piano didn't seem willing to abandon the search for hints, but couldn't deny what Bill was saying either. Also, the hints seemed to have personal information about us. We'd be invading the other's privacy. That gives me the creeps, just thinking that they could really know things about us. We have to work together to escape this place. Antagonizing each other won't lead to anything good. Though this darn game also allows for allies. Have you looked at the link section? Didn't mean that type of alliance. Yes, I know, but it reminded me of that. If 2 players' numbers added up to 10, they could form a link, which allowed them to break their companion's rule. But that wasn't the type of bond that Bill was looking for. links could only lead to pairs fighting one another. So, I'm pretty sure there's a rule number 10, so that would mean there'd have to be one person without a link. Whatever that means. Isn't that very limited, having to add to 10? I'd say, and the ones with 5 and 10 can't do it. Yeah, exactly. So it seems a bit badly designed. That's one thing I don't understand. Isn't 10 about links? And they can't link with anyone? Rule 10 was another restriction. Links could only be done once and lasted 1 hour at most. Limitations that the person with the rule didn't have, but couldn't benefit from. However, it also had the power of the spy mode. Hold on, I want to see if I can read the rules. Whoa, what did I just do? What did I just click on? It's not the most suitable person for this, but I do have 2 things in my favor: optimism and stubbornness. Situation. What does that mean? Oh. So his thoughts at a different point in time, I guess. I'm so confused. Okay. So these are just like information about the characters. Okay, let's just back out of this. This thing. Rules. Okay, players must take part in the game. Are these the numbered rules? There, here we go. Intended killing is forbidden, except with an accusal or being the spy. You must remain inside the Golden Jack. In each council, one player will have to say their number publicly. Lying is allowed, but without repeating a number until all have been declared. If a lie is proven, the liar must declare their real number. If the game continues after 10 hours have passed, players will have to end it immediately with their unaliving. Immediately after a rule's death, the player with his number will have the option to swap it with the fallen rule. Huh. What's the usefulness of that? I don't know. In an accusal, the person with the accused number will have to abstain from voting. If a majority is reached but the chosen person is incorrect, those who voted for that person won't be able to vote for them again. When data is revealed to others, no part can be omitted or faked, and each player can only unlock 1 data per hour. Messaging is only allowed when responding to a received message, requiring a coherent response in less than 10 minutes after being sent, unless the council is underway. So the only person who can send a message right now is number 8. At the start of every hour, each player will be assigned a secret objective, and then links can last a maximum of 1 hour. Okay. Clarifications. There's a lot of clarifications. I guess there's one for each rule. There's a lot of rules. Yeah. What else have we got here? Data? Nothing yet. Council. 14 minutes left. Nothing yet. Messages? Nothing yet. I can't make contact. Link. Thing is, we don't know what our rule is. However, it also had the power of a spy mode. Rule 5 was a whole other story. Let's keep looking. There has to be something. Okay. I'm going to try and speed this up a little bit, just so I can get more stuff accomplished for the demo. His investigation had to continue, yeah. I mean, I assume we have to visit every location at least once. But maybe we don't. I don't know. Because supposedly there's a counter, right? If I go here now, we have 12 minutes, so we are losing time. We're losing 2 minutes each. Billiard table, a game he never even tried. Why was he billiards? Yeah, he doesn't seem to know why he has it. Right. Yeah, nothing wrong with the name. Billiards pool. There's also a game where numbers are important, right? They want us, numbered players, to eliminate each other, just like how you eliminate numbered balls in certain order. I've never really even... I mean, I have played it once, I think, or maybe twice, but I've not played it enough to actually know the rules that well. I might be overthinking a pretty dumb metaphor, but now I can't get that thought out of my head. A mental image has been born inside billiards. It's been born. Oh, that's interesting. The text box changed. The drop pocket. Would you fancy a drink? Someone addressed him from the counter. The man with the nickname Cocktail put himself behind it. Darts and poker were there too. Animation. Right now, I'm not. Wait, is drinking here safe? Concern suddenly struck him. They were in some unknown bar. Right. Could they trust that the drinks aren't dangerous? I guess we're gonna take the chance. I don't see a good reason why they would poison us again, right? We'll find out for sure soon. The drinks seem to be in good condition. If there's something I can't fault this owner for, it's their good taste in beverages. Okay, he clearly knew a lot about this subject. What did he say? Taste of Vices, a legendary wine said to have an otherworldly taste. I don't know. I don't know if that's relevant. It sounds like it might be relevant. His ability to serve drinks and his expertise. All signs pointed him to being a bartender or something of the sort, and he had no intention of hiding it. Perhaps that was his way of calming down in the situation. I believe we can apply that to this place as a whole. It's not an abandoned bar. The one behind all this, its organizer, has to be the owner. Whoa, close up. Are you by any chance accusing me of something? No, that would be too obvious, but... if you are as much of an expert as you seem to be, it's possible you might know this bar. I'm afraid not. A shame. After a small pause, he lifted his gaze from the barman and... what's the best place to hide a tree? In a forest, right? So... I don't know. Is there more than one... I don't know what that means. In the context of this, I mean... there are many different bars. The best place to put the bar is among other places to go in the city. Poker was the other way around, grinning, getting some fun. In the situation, how could anyone smile? And not just poker, darts also appeared to be getting some enjoyment. How could somebody be playing detective with their life on the line? He couldn't believe it. Maybe it's all a hidden camera prank, right? They must be thinking that. Even though he wanted to believe it, hoping that it would all go well, he couldn't. He had to assume the worst case scenario and act upon it. Something made him do it. Something. The tree in this metaphor is the cocktail, not the bar. Oh, okay. Okay, I was thinking about that differently. Did you all check out this thing's secret? Poker raised his barman. Unfortunately, attending this counter has occupied all of my time for now, so I wasn't able to. Well, there is something good. This owner isn't completely the worst. What's good about any of this? The objectives, you know, from Rule 9. We don't have one in the hour, so we can chill. Are you sure about that? We might not have any, but we can't just simply lie back. For starters, we might have new data every hour. We do have new data every hour. Now that you mention it, I didn't. Due to Rule 7, they could only unlock one data per hour. He still wasn't quite sure what it meant by data, but the best way to find out was to see one. That appeared to be the main component of that game, making use of information. Right, to deduce the numbers of other players and then purge them. He didn't want to take part in it, especially if there was personal info about the others. Though it was a potential way to discover his own number, still unknown to him for some reason, he refused. Although, was there really information about them? Having their privacy invaded on top of the kidnapping wasn't surprising anymore, but hurt nonetheless. Okay, let's look at the data menu. They could unlock one data per hour, but Rule 7 could ignore that limitation. He decided to start with number 1. Okay. Likes black coffee, 1579. Something ordinary and harmless while at the same time disturbing. How did their captor know about their taste in coffee? Instinctively, he sneaked a glance at the counter. He felt bad about it right away as nobody was drinking coffee at the time. Assuming this is true, I don't have any of these 4 rules. Okay. Too bitter for his taste. He sighed in relief. Of the 10 possible rules he could possess, 4 were now out of consideration. But that relief didn't last long as he realized what it meant. Not having Rule 1 meant someone else from the 9 people there had it, someone with the right to kill. As for number 5, it was the wildcard rule, which could be swapped with a dying one. As he wanted to avoid any death, it wasn't of any interest to him. Not having Rule 7 meant that someone else had access to a large amount of information from the start to freely use. Lastly, 9 meant he had to take the objectives he'd received seriously. Though there was one piece of good news, the chance of his rule being 2 hadn't gone away, so he could get out of there and look for help. And number 7 can grab all their data straight off. That's a huge advantage. True, very true. Likely the most dangerous player at the start. While I'm at it, I'll check the objectives too. No objective. Instead, he found a list of all possible ones that could be received. Among them, the spy, the objective mentioned in Rule 1. Only after the 6th hour, discover the secret objective of one player and publicly reveal it. If you are correct, it won't count as revealing your objective. That and the accusations were the only ways to kill for those who didn't have Rule 1, but it was more than a method. It was an obligation to kill in order to comply with 9. Did it have any relation to the spy mode, exclusive to number 10 in the link menu? That player alone could know the answer. The other objectives could also be a danger, but that was the biggest threat posed by the continued survival of Rule 9. He put his barman away and got up. Darts is right. Even without an objective, we can't waste any time. He says that, yet he's just sitting there. Yes, but not getting drunk. First things first, and first priority is getting my head cleared. By getting drunk, right? No, I'm not going to drink that much, just a little bit. Then I would advise you to stop soon. Yes, and I'll go search around some more. Have fun. He left, heading somewhere else. There were still places left to check. His next destination would be... I don't know. It's not optimal. Oh, I didn't do the optimal method. Because now I gotta either go up or down. He decided to make his way to the area with the large fish tank. In addition to the tank, there were tables and sofas, among them a person. The young woman known as Coffee, who wasn't deaf. She was investigating alone, to no surprise from him, even barely after meeting her for the first time. One needn't be a private detective to clue in to the likely fact that she wasn't the most sociable person there, and being trapped there with people she didn't know wouldn't help, and yet... It's because things are the way they are that we should help each other out. We can't get through this all alone. He had to earn everyone's trust, and of course he was willing to trust them in return, but it shouldn't be blind faith. They had to talk, know each other, and understand each other, stand together as victims of the same crime. Right. You missed the optimal speedrun round. Yeah. Yep. There's going to be a big speedrun scene for this game, I'm sure. So, Coffee could be one of the biggest obstacles as he had overcome to achieve the joint alliance he desired. What should I say to her? Casual, serious? Last time went awful. It's tricky. I have to prove to her I don't have any bad intentions. It's the most natural way, and acting differently now would make me look suspicious. Am I overthinking it? It's not like I'm trying to flirt with her. I'm not even looking for a friendship, just... Realizing he had to stop, he gave himself a small whack to the head. He didn't have enough time to waste deep in thought. In just a few hours, the danger would turn unavoidably lethal. It was time to act. He approached her with determination, while she kept looking around the place, seemingly completely oblivious to his presence, even after having stood there for a couple minutes and... coffee? Sounds like he's asking her for coffee. Would you like to have a coffee? Coffee. Do you like your coffee black? That might give you some hint as to your number. She looked at him for a moment, once again confirming that she wasn't deaf, and with no response, went back to what she was doing. Did I screw up again already? What did I do wrong? Been there, done that. She doesn't have anything against me, does she? No, it made sense. In fact, as much as he didn't want to admit it, behaving otherwise was a strange way to act. Each person had a different reaction to a stress situation like that one. Still, some seemed to have gotten too comfortable too quickly, perhaps even himself. In fact, maybe he was the one acting the strangest. Her decision to only talk when necessary and keep everyone away was probably the safest and most logical approach. And at the same time, it was slightly worrying. Isolation could put her in danger. Slightly concerned, he went up to her. Hey, you want me to help? No. For a moment, he smiled just from the simple fact that he had received an answer, but the smile disappeared as soon as he understood what she had just said. I understand that you don't trust me, but we should help each other out to survive. The others could see you as suspicious if you keep your distance too much, and... So what? Her words caught Bill by surprise, leaving his mind blank for a moment. Well, you know, that could be dangerous. I can take care on my own. Go somewhere else. Total rejection. Her straightforward answers left no room for comebacks, and insisting on it would be most likely... It would only have the opposite effect. He hadn't expected making a joint alliance was going to be so easy, but things were much worse than he'd anticipated. Even so, he had no intentions of backing down. He considered his inability to do so as his one and only gift, so he had to make good use of it. That was the time to act. If the group shattered from the start, it would go all from bad to worse. The only thing that could lead to this was a tragedy. Well, I guess I just wanted to make it clear that we shouldn't see each other as enemies. We can't let this game influence us. Do you prefer all of us dying together? No, no, no. We have to escape together, every one of us. Sure. Sure. What is that supposed to mean? I thought she was looking for a way out, but... You aren't going to join this madness, are you? Not silence again. Who knows? No doubt left. He did not know how to deal with that person. At least she hadn't said yes. Could he consider that a partial win? Let's just go for now. He had lost the battle, but not the war. He left the area to coffee and went back the way he came. There are still places left to check. Which way do I go? I mean, I'm not really sure it makes much of a difference. So let's just go up. Bill went down the steps to the lower section. Oh, that's funny. The lower section is up, where he had woken up. The area looked like an extension, so the bar could have more clients. On the other side, he could see a table bigger than all the others. In between him and it, on one side of the smaller tables, were Lime and Jin having a chat. Lime sitting literally on the table while Jin was on a chair. Bill, oh my, get your Oshiri over here. Hayaku. What? Her wide smile didn't come off as very trustworthy, yet he didn't sense any ill will from her. What sort of education did your parents give you? No Nipponese? Well, not exactly something your parents teach you, is it? Nani? It was still too soon, too daring to try unraveling the enigma that was that girl, but her intense vibes were completely different from those that he felt from the others. Was he being too trustful? Perhaps, as he couldn't say with complete confidence that no one there could, out of nowhere, stab him in the back at any time. So, total opposite from the other girl. They're opposites for sure. I don't think she's even thinking about the game. Bill went up to the table and sat down with them. Any luck over here? Did you find out anything? Tables and chairs. Billy, my boy, it's lamentable to say, but we found nothing useful. As a wise old man said, if you want to be richer, don't go looking for gold, let the gold find you. For the love of God, Lime. What? That was unacceptable. That was pretty good. That was a lot better. What in the world is wrong with these two? And if that wasn't enough, they give us a texting app, but don't let us use it. Huh? Where did that come from? You know, the message app thing, right? Messages are only for us. Yeah, I'm going a little faster just because I think a lot of these are just explaining the rules. It shows our numbers. Only the A can send them, right? Not quite. It's the only one that can start a chat and continue, but we have to answer if talked to. Then what the hell Sinky are they waiting for? Jeez Louise. Don't worry, dear. I'm sure they'll send a marriage proposal soon. Oh my. Anyways, let's leave that aside. Bill, what's your view on things? What things? You know, the situation. To be honest, I'm still pretty lost. Still? If you remain still, you're never not going to be lost, dude. Wait. No, that's not what I meant. I'm still thinking, but I won't give up until I find a way to solve this. Even if you keep thinking forever, that doesn't mean you're gonna find something. Or what, are you one of those idiots that think that by simply having hope, they'll be saved? Is that a Danganronpa reference? Not sure how to respond to that. Personally, I'd say he's the type of guy who'd call ladders stepladders. And now we've got an Ace Attorney reference. But regardless, I guess Ginger's right. Ginger. This mess seems pretty damn complex, my dudes. If we want to get out of it, we're gonna need to do some actual galaxy brain planning. But if we don't at least try, we're never going to get anywhere. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Bill, it's not about getting anywhere, but about getting allwhere, always. Anywhere versus allwhere. What? Lame, dear. I think you discovered all dictionaries in existence in your slime. The wordplay is off the charts in this scene. What would you know? Are you the Real Academy of English? I think I'll go look somewhere else. Good idea, same. Bill went back up the stairs to the main section of the bar. There were still some places left to check. His next destination would be... Okay, so I'm back in the middle. So I do not need to worry about the speedrun strats. I guess there's several ways to do it when you play billiards. There's not always you can go different angles and stuff. He wasn't expecting to find much, but he thought he might as well check the bathrooms. At least the one he could enter without feeling bad. The other one would have to be taken care of by the women, and while he was at it, just as he was about to enter, the old man with the alias Vodka came out. Both of them reacted in time, stopping. Oh, we almost ran into each other, young man. Excuse me. I'll be more careful. Did you look into it? What, the restroom? Ha ha ha, when you reach my age, this becomes sacred grounds. One day you'll understand, young one. That's assuming we get out of here, of course. Don't give me that face. I was born pessimistic, and it's only gotten worse with time. Thankfully, this doesn't seem like it will last for more than a day, so we'll know our fate soon enough. It also means you won't have any food issues. Now that would be hell, let me tell you. Yeah, I still don't have a plan. The lag, man. The lag is happening. An idealist, I see. That's the spark of youth. Good for you. Certainly, a happy ending would be ideal, but if we do end up having to play this ghoulish game where only 3 can survive... Well, I think we can all agree on one thing. Those who have more life ahead of them should have priority when it comes to surviving. He's very, he's very cynical about this. There have been other sort of death game things that I've watched or whatever where the old guy is more selfish. So this is actually kind of surprising. Vodka was right, but that didn't change how hard it was to hear. He didn't know how old he could be, even if it was more than 80 years. It still wouldn't be very pleasant to hear him imply that he would be a sacrifice. Here comes the face again. Should you really be worrying so much about me? I'm just some old fart. Surely the only reason I'm here is because I'm an easy target. No. That sudden howl caught Vodka off guard, and it surprised Bill himself. Age doesn't take away a life's value. Killing is off the table, but we can't be killed either. So they should sacrifice the 12-year-old to keep the old man alive, I guess, according to... It's an interesting question, right? It's the, sort of the trolley problem, when you think about it. I'm not looking for my death, either. If I was, I would have already screamed my number aloud. I simply don't have the energy nor motivation to play this game seriously. Moreover, if number 1 came at me armed, I wouldn't have the strength to protect myself. In that case, I'll protect you. Huh? I don't think you'd make for a very good bodyguard, to be honest. I won't stop you if you keep insisting on taking care of me like a nanny, but I insist it's not necessary. I understand that you would feel bad if anybody died. It's obvious that it's not pretty to see a body, or even worse, smell it, but I can take care of my own. That's not what you said earlier. You fancy yourself a lawyer now, looking for contradictions? Do whatever you want to do, as long as you don't let me be a weight on your shoulders. If you died protecting me, that wouldn't make me very happy either, see? Understood. Very good. Okay. The poison is the reason we're trapped here, but the antidotes must be somewhere if we find a way to get to them. I suppose, yes, they won't be in the restroom, though. Probably not, but maybe there's a secret passage that leads to the antidotes, or outside. Even if we have the poison, we can get to the hospital in time, we can be saved. I don't know, I mean, even theoretically, like, I don't know if if the poison is, like, special enough, then some random hospital's not gonna be able to help. I don't even think. Don't want to be the party pooper, but after doing my business, I did do a quick check for anything interesting, and came out empty-handed. No secret door to the outside to speak of, sorry to say. Unless I happen to miss it, so be my guest. Try your luck. If there was a secret door, it would be well hidden. You just have to search harder. Okay. No secret door appeared, nor anything of value. So much for that. So, dang. We are coming up on 4 o'clock almost. This is time is flying by. Yo, guys. Bill heard a shout coming from somewhere else in the bar. That voice was... Check the time. Speaking of time. Yeah. So it's time for... a council, which means there was 5 minutes left. If they didn't carry it out, they would break the rules. Right. Oh, hold on a minute. That's a real life thing. I don't know if that was caught up on the audio. The doorbell rang. I had to get the door. Anyway, hello. The composer is here. Cool. Very cool. So we are continuing onward. The rest had the same thought. Upon arrival, half of them were already there. Yeah, so obviously, of course, I like the music, so good job on the music. Hey, Billy. The young woman greeted him enthusiastically. She had been the one shouting earlier. It seemed weird to him that, of all people, she was the one to notice that they had to move. Or at least the first one to warn everyone. If someone forgot the rules and didn't join the council, their fate would be sealed. It was good to see that at least one person there seemed to care for everyone's well-being. As soon as someone decided to play seriously, trying to win, everything would change. In that calm before the storm, with the game still in its early stage, they had to familiarize themselves with it as fast as possible and prepare for the worst. It's very good, yet he keeps remaking songs to make them better. Yeah, there's a tendency among, you know, professionals to improve, right? I mean, I feel that way with my writing, and I know people who feel that way with their artwork. They just want to keep redoing it and making it better and better. So I fully understand that. Only, you know, it's a matter of like wanting to do a good job is what it is. So it's a good thing, you know. Only a few minutes left. If we got a debate, we need to look for a suitable place. Being together isn't good enough. What are we going to debate, even? You don't have much information, but need to fulfill Rule 3 to survive. Someone must give out their number. Yeah, well, more like lie about your number. And if the lie is proven, that person would have to reveal their real number. Yeah, especially if you're working on a game for a really long amount of time, and it's like, you look back at your old stuff that you made, and you're like, yeah, I could do better than that, even though it was good at the time, right? You've improved personally or professionally, so you feel compelled to do your best now, even though you did your best in the past. So it's one of those things where it's like you're always doing your best, but you have higher standards, right? Yeah. They all knew the consequences, but someone had to take that risk so everyone could survive one more hour. Playing the game was out of the question for him. Most likely, more of them wanted to seriously do it, yet maybe they all would. All but him. He cared for his life, but of course, he would never approve of that sickening game. So, as long as he could, he would rebel against it. I think we need to agree on one thing. The time had come, while everyone was still trying to wrap their heads around the game. For starters, killing wasn't an easy matter. For the time being, or ever, probably. Only number one could do so directly. The only other way to do it was using the spy roll, the objective that actually forced a kill by revealing someone's secret objective. However, according to the explanation on the barman, it wouldn't appear until the 6th hour. So the only way they had to remove someone at that point was to figure out their number, and then convince a majority to accuse them. It needed time and preparation, so it was the perfect time to act, or maybe even the only one. He had to use it to create a peaceful deal with everyone to prolong their lives as much as possible. What's that, Billy boy? Nobody wants their number revealed, but we need to give one fake number per hour until we've all done it. So we should agree on an order and promise to not point out the other's lies. You know, thinking about it, this would be tricky too, because if you're going to lie about your number, you would have to make sure that your lie doesn't overlap with someone else's lie. I guess. I don't know. Or, well, it would be harder to do if, like, you were lying and everyone else told the truth. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what strategy you would have to go into for this, but we need to work together to get, like for example, if someone lied and said that their number was 3 and you knew that your number was 3, then you would know that their number is not 3 because that's your number. So it doesn't really point to what their number actually is. It's just, it proves that they're a liar. So everyone there looked around, uncomfortable. Right, okay. That's part of the rule. You can't say the same number as someone else. Yeah. Time doesn't wait. No, and in fact, we are almost out of time. What Bill offers would be fair, but we'll have to talk about it during the council. So where do we sit? Rules don't say anything on that, so I guess it's whatever. So I think when I played the game a long time ago, this is about as far as I got. And then, like, if I remember correctly, like, the game sort of just, like, crashed or something, and I couldn't get past it. So hopefully, I can actually play this part, so I can actually see what happens next. Okay. You know, I want to experience a full cycle of gameplay here, which is, you know, the characters talking to each other, interrogating each other, and then debating, and then accusing somebody, right? You underestimate my power. What? Don't listen to her. We found it lying around here, and she's been craving to use it ever since. And I brought one of the counter stools for piano. Bill had to decide which seat to take. All right. Once they sat down, everything was ready, just in time. Excuse me, I'm slow, barely have a clue. Okay. All the barmaids turned on with a new message. Your participation is required until it's... And the council is required until its closure. Close proximity barmaids detected. All start requirements cleared. The council menu will be available during its course. This message won't be repeated in future councils. Before they could ready themselves, it started the first council. Okay. I guess this is a good time to take a drink when this happens, huh? Should put a big sign that says "Drink water" on the loading screen. Cool. Come on, spit it all out. What exactly? I don't know anything. Not anything. According to the rules, we must debate using the data we have obtained, and one person must fulfill Rule 3. I believe that last part should take priority. Anyone willing? Like I said before, yes, we should consider Bill's proposal, if after that someone is willing to tell us the data they have received. About that, I think data should be kept secret for now to protect everyone's numbers. But we wouldn't be playing the game then. That's the point. It's not like I want it, but we'll die if we don't. We can avoid it for now, but sooner or later someone will... Okay, let's calm down. We'll talk about that later, alright? Let's start with Rule 3. Excuse this interruption on this momentous occasion, but it's needed. Let's just say I'm a voice in your head when they're not even the rule known as billiards can hear. The rule? Only you, and don't mistake me for a mere narrator either. Introductions can wait. Okay, the first council is about to start. During a council, your dominion over time will be restricted. Or in other words, its flow will advance without your consent. Make sure to pay attention and do not miss a single phrase, but lucky for you, not all is outside your grasp. Your access to saves, loads, drop pocket, I forgot about that, and the backlog will also be lost. However, your barman and the other menus will remain at hand, so you can check any details. However, there is one exception to those limitations. You will be able to save in a council during a timeout. The chance only comes once a council and not in all of them, so make good use of it. Okay, you have to make some decisions, as you probably imagined, but these ones will have a greater impact on than the ones prior, and the only way to see all possible paths is restarting the council anew. And with that, we reach the final key point. Your goal during any council is maintaining its tension under control. Tension is a simple concept, barely in need of explanation. Fights, disputes, quarrels, suspense, all those will increase the tension that the rules feel, and with it the council's rhythm. If it gets too high, remaining in control will be impossible, and the only conclusion possible will be failure. If that happens, you will have to go back to the start of the council, or the timeout, so do all you can to keep that tension low. That's where your choices will matter, the choice of words of the rule billiards. There's another way to influence tension, but I'll leave that for later, when it becomes relevant. Do keep in mind that not all shifts in tension will be a consequence of your actions. However, even if it reaches its maximum due to others, only your mistakes will cause a defeat. Finally, before we begin, let's adjust the council's rhythm, or at least the part that's under your control, unaffected by tension. Okay, whoa. Shoot, what did I do? No, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on a minute. Hold on. That was not what I meant to do. I mean, should I do that? Is that like hard mode if I have no time to wait? Hold on a minute. Oh, can I change it from here? No. No. How do I load? Ah. You can change the settings at any time. Okay, I can. Alright, we're good. Alright, I didn't mean to do that. I thought that was going to increase the wait time. That should be fine. Alright. An impossible challenge. The 6th option makes it appear instantly. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know what's fast or slow. That's the thing. You have pause mode activated from the previous version of the demo. Oh, do I? I don't know what that means. I just turned it off now. I guess it was better to turn it off. I don't know. Alright. I would wish you luck, but do not believe you'll need it. Okay. We'll just go with what we have, see what happens. I can handle. Okay, that makes the message not advance. Okay. We'll go with what we got. I can handle it. The first council. Okay, as I said, oh man, that's fast. Okay. Agree on an order, alright. Now that you mention it, young man, how does this revealing of lies work? Do I have a, yeah, let me slow the roll here. It's on the clarification screen. With the death of the number's holder or using the data and hints. Okay. So wait, if someone says they are the number 2 example and the real number 2 comes out, the fake one won't be considered a liar. I think that's too slow now. I think 60 is the right deal there, and I think we can bring that down to 2. Okay. Not unless the real 2 proves their identity. Right, we can claim to be whatever number we want, but we can't show the screen to prove it. Whoa. Barman. Name's Barman. So, okay. Only irrefutable evidence counts like in a trial. So what do you think? You missed one important detail. I wonder if it's if on purpose. Which? You said we all have to eventually fulfill Rule 3, 1 per hour. Well, I guess in theory, whoever has that rule doesn't. Whoa, she teleported. But if they don't, gotcha. I didn't mean that, but it is related. If the individual with Rule 3 dies, that rule disappears and we never have to worry about it again. Yeah, sure, but... if he says that, he can't be 3. Someone write that down. Or that's what he wants us to think. Or maybe Bill didn't mention this detail because in his head, the possibility of 3 dying is impossible. Ergo, he is 3. Immediately, all attention focused on Bill. He wasn't expecting to end up in that situation. He didn't know his own number, and the data he had received didn't rule out 3. I'm not sure what this colored bar is right here, but whatever. What's the smart move here? I would just change the subject. I'm not going to give them information. Point is, we need to make some agreement. Oof, now that sounded suspicious. Because the thing is, I don't know what my number is. Changing the subject, not a great idea. Okay, fine. That's the health bar. Oh, okay. Got it. That's the health bar. Seems we've got a 3. Interesting. This isn't good. Everything's getting out of control. Don't assume so much so easily, please. I'm only trying to get us back on topic. Yes, the speculation can wait. So back to what I was saying. What do you think? Time out. Okay. I need to interrupt you once more. Okay. No need to answer, I can't hear you. It's time to explain the last council topic, interventions. Okay. Sometimes during a council, the scene will be represented visually as a game of pool or billiards, with each player shown as a ball bearing their symbol. Don't panic, it's only on an imaginary depiction. When a light gets cast on the billiard's dark brown ball and it starts to shake, an opportunity to intervene will present itself. You can decide to change the course of the conversation, for better or worse. Placing your cursor on top of the ball will let you see what he's thinking. Use that to predict what he'll say if he chimes in, and press if you decide to take it. Okay. If I take too long, it'll disappear. The only way back is starting it from scratch, unless the same opportunity comes back naturally. Okay. Your control over time. Yeah. Time will slow down while you're inside his mind. By how much depends on the text speed you've chosen. Okay, that's fine. Being your first time, I'll give you one small piece of advice. You do well in taking the first intervention to come. It will only last for one line, so there will be only a few seconds to take it. Be ready. That is all. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, I remember this, sort of. His idea is that we do rock, paper, scissors. Yes, except the rock, paper, scissors part you made up. whatevs details. Point is, somehow we'll choose an order that we'll have to promise to keep with the blood oath. I want no part in that. A blood infection is the last thing I need. Also made up. Hey, blood oaths aren't made up. They're an important cultural thing somewhere, probably. Respect. Just admit you pulled that from your ass. Listen, no jokes here. This is serious. We decide an order and we follow it. No need to overthink. It's not that complicated. And furthermore, not revealing the other's lies. If we assume that Rule 3 will remain for a while, it's a reasonable proposal. If we assume, and why would we do that? With how much of a problem it is, it'll probably be one of the first to go, right? Oh. That was it. That was the moment. Something flickered there. Even if the rule were to disappear, whoa, it becomes null. Wait. Oh, right. So then if they stay alive, it's better for everyone if we follow Billy's plan. But if they go poof, it's all good. No, not all good. Well, yeah, not good for 3 because death. Not so fast. There's another consequence. Did I glitch out the billiards table? Or is this... I'm seeing... Okay. I don't know. I'm just letting it roll. Please, that's obvious. We'll have one less number to suspect them for because the one they gave would be incorrect. One more danger when it comes to Rule 3. And what if someone doesn't lie? Oh, duh. If you say your real number, everyone will think you lied and won't suspect you. That tactic is way too risky, and now that you've said it, everyone will suspect whatever number you say. Oh, poopy. We're doing a no billiards run. No billiards table. Oh, is that the noise that I was supposed to click on? I don't know. I'm hearing noises now. Let's say, for example, that number 1 says their real number, trying to pass it off as a lie. If we accuse him of being number 1, he'll be eliminated. No kidding, that's why I said it was risky. According to the rule, which was it? 6. Ah, yes, that one. How did you know which one I meant? Rule 6 says that if a majority fails, well, okay. So accusing someone of being the number they said is a double-edged sword. If it's true, they're out of the game, but if they lied, they become immune to future votes. I don't think someone looking to kill would accuse without being sure. In fact, the logical assumption is that nobody will tell the truth, so there's no point in accusing them. So telling the truth, although risky, can save you. It's listen for your own good. Doesn't matter if there's a chance that they lied. Accusing someone of the number they gave will lead to their death. It won't happen right away. If they're accused and it's incorrect, the lie will be proven. And they'll have to reveal their real number. Rule 6 will protect them for some time, but as soon as that rule fails, or the majority changes, they'll be the first to go. Silence, no objections. Oops. It's going fast. It may not guarantee your death, but lying is a far better option than the truth. Oh, okay. So that noise shows that the tension is increasing. That's only true if a majority accuses. Would any of you really be okay with that? Heat raised. Many stares moved around the table, but nobody answered. They had finally reached the core topic of the discussion. Rule 3 was urgent, but all of them knew deep down that somebody would fulfill it to avoid death. What was truly important was the game itself. Who would participate seriously? Who was mentally prepared to kill another human being? Alright, we're back. This is it. I have to get through to them somehow. There. I clicked it. I think I was supposed to do that. I understand how you feel, but... could you live happily? If you manage to win the game and get out of here, will you be able to live with the guilt? A question both harsh and vital. We first met less than an hour ago. Right. We all know our lives won't be the same. I'm not so sure everyone here would feel guilty. Is the billiards table gone again? Is it supposed to be up there? Chill, kid. I wasn't talking about you unless you think otherwise. Screw you. Do you need a screwdriver for this very hypothetical scenario? Stay out of this, weirdo. Weirdo? You mean like how O is like a squished O? Wait, what? What's that even mean? Listen, I get no enjoyment out of saying any of this, and hopefully nobody here does. But this is our reality now. You can be more aggressive or more passive, but it's not possible to keep ignoring the game. You can only do that if you already gave up, like the old man. Whoa, that was like all the way across. Is that noticeable? You admitted it a couple of times, I think. Oh, one of those was a 0, not O. Got it. I couldn't tell the difference. I'm the hyperactive girl, right? It's not that I'm looking forward to death, mind you, but I already did everything I planned to do in life. By no means was it the most satisfying, but it's the one I had. Hashtag no regrets. I don't want these youngsters to take the bullet for somebody like me, already on my way to the grave. That's what's fair. I'll defend myself a tad, yes, but without getting the belt out. I mean, why doesn't he just give up then? And, you know, become the first sacrifice? I get what you're trying to say, Bill, but like Poker said, I prefer living with that weight than dying in this place. What's wrong with the bar? Than dying in this game. Well, fair enough, I suppose. I don't like it one bit, but that's how it is. I have more than enough reason to want to live, and I imagine everyone else does too. Certainly, we must all do what we can to not stain our hands with blood, while also protecting our very lives, even at the cost of others. I think, honestly, I think we've hammered home the point quite a bit at this point. When everything gets worse, someone gets desperate, it all falls apart. Yeah. Okay. What's next? I'll give you that. Whoever survives this will have their life changed forever. That doesn't change my opinion, though. I prefer a tormented life or none at all. Even if the winner gets caught and goes to jail, it's still a damn better fate than dying here. How it's always been, a fight for survival. Strong survive by preying on the weak. Oh, is that really true? To survive, you have to follow the rules. No, you don't. You can break the rules. I guess. You're all assuming something that could be wrong. Enlighten us. The game could have a loophole. The poison could be like. I mean, both of those are possibilities. But I think this one makes more sense, is that there's a loophole. I think it's pretty likely that they're poisoned, because that's easy enough for some kidnapper to do. This game only has one creator, or kidnapper, this owner. They might be a psychopath, sick, crazy. But they are human, and no human is perfect. So before you throw yourselves into playing the game seriously to survive at the cost of others, maybe we should look for possible mistakes that might exist. There might be a way for all of us to get out of here alive, breaking the game from the inside. I mean, I was going to say that maybe the game is designed so that there's a way to win if you, like, analyze the rules enough. But I don't know. Which, I mean, I guess it's the same thing, but sort of with the intent of, like, if you actually play the game good enough, you know, you might be able to figure out a way to win. It seems real, too elaborate to be false. Such a setting can only appear in fiction, never in real life. Right. A group of strangers are forced to play a game where they have to kill or be killed. Traps or strategies to win dirty were the only alternative. No work of fiction would let the characters avoid the game entirely and escape without participating. There would be no loophole, no error in the jail they had been locked in. That's why automatically, unconsciously, they had reached that conclusion. Nice. Fixed it. Cleared up the tension. Bravo, young man. Maybe this youth is more promising than I believed. You at least could have a brilliant future. If we get out of here, of course. That last bit wasn't needed, Gramps. Oh, I said that line wrong. Oh well. I have to admit defeat. I hadn't considered that possibility. Me neither. Sadly, I think I'm too negative in these types of situations. In these types, does this happen often to you or what? Of course not. It's my first time. But where can that loophole be? How do we escape? I don't know. Then... Chill, let's not crush poor Billy Bill with so much responsibility. Responsibility, just a pun. Maybe we can find something together. Exactly. I'm not saying it'll be easy or even that this way out absolutely exists. But we can't give up without trying. Sounds good, but I honestly wouldn't know where to begin. But I admit defeat in this debate, and with pleasure. No game is perfect, and with this level of complexity, it's even more likely that there's some huge mistake. I won't retract my words, but I agree with that. In that case, we should declare the council done, but before that... Who will take the fall? It's gotta be the old guy. I mean, he's the only one willing to do it, right? Rule 3, duh, silly me, forgot already. We never reached any conclusion. 100% added the pun. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, let's see. Let's see what happens here. I say yes. Ball, you have my vote. Not accusing, I mean on this. Thanks, I guess, but the name. Letting chance decide would be fair. I give my support as well. Okay, fine. Let's just do it. I have one condition. What's that? I will agree to your proposal in its entirety, however, as a show of confidence in your own idea and to prove that you truly are ready to take a risk for it. We will decide the order at random, but you will be first by default. You mean... Billiards, tell us, what is your number? Uh-oh. The tension is high again. His heart started to pound violently. No, that had been the case during all the council, but he hadn't realized until that moment. It was simple. He only had to give out a number from 1 to 10. A number that wasn't his own, and thanks to the data that he had gotten, there were 4 numbers he could be sure of. But there was one huge problem. If for some reason his lie was discovered, he couldn't give his real one. He didn't know it. Which meant that if for everyone else being discovered was a death penalty, for him it was the execution itself. But Darts was right. If he wanted to be taken seriously, he had to show his resolve and take a step forward. It would help get their trust. It would protect them. But he didn't aim to participate in that game. He didn't want to mistrust anyone, to see them as potential killers. He wanted to keep a positive outlook and not fall into the hands of the mastermind behind the game. That situation, that fear, or the fear of death, was exactly what the owner sought, probably. If his life was of equal value to the rest, the choice was obvious. However, if his own life was more important, or maybe he should look at it as a necessary sacrifice so he could later reach the perfect end he yearned for. Even so, taking that step, jumping into the unknown, was something that only a few were mentally capable of doing. Billiards was a normal guy, nobody special, someone you could just find anywhere. He was no hero, no daredevil, not the type to jump into danger. Could he really put his life at stake for everyone's sake? That rhymed. He had to give an answer. It's all gonna come down to a choice. I'm gonna accept. I hope that's the right decision. You have to take the chance, I think. My number is 1. I mean, it kind of makes sense in terms of, like, he was the one wanting to make sure nobody died or killed each other, and so if he's the one, allegedly the one who has that ability, then it's a believable enough lie, I think. Chapter end. It's gonna end just like that, I guess. Oh, here we go. More loading. Okay, I need to do a little bit more reading just to get some closure on that. Introduction interviews unlocked. Okay. You cannot end on a cliffhanger. Another day. He had gone through that daily routine for a while. Get up early, go to work, eat, go back to work, get home, eat again, sleep. The salary wasn't much, but not too low either. It was enough to get by, and the job was decent. That was the first step. In time, he would have enough money to save up for the second, and he would soon get there. Just a bit more. The problem would be the third step, and the fourth, and the fifth. What future awaited him? What did he really want to do in his life? Even back then, he already felt satisfied with the path he had taken. Without a grand dream or a great ambition, it was a journey with no destination. Was it good enough? Sometimes he wondered if he really could live like that forever. With enough money, he could try to get a career, but which one? Nothing especially called out to him. Nothing sounded especially bad to him either. For years he had focused on reaching that point where he could live by himself without depending on others, without bothering others. He had reached it. His dream was his present life. Now he needed a new dream. And yet, no matter how much he tried, he had found none that could fuel his passion. He wasn't depressed about it. He hadn't lost sleep over it. But that uncertainty, that doubt, had embedded itself inside him, resurfacing every now and then with a growing frequency. I will say, by the way, like, I like all the introspection going on. It adds a lot of depth to the story. It's just a lot to read. But yeah, in terms of like a Let's Play, especially in terms of like a Next Fest demo, a lot of the other demos I played like drop you right into the action. This was one of the few that sort of took its time, but it's just kind of designed that way, I think. I don't know how you would speed it up necessarily without losing a lot of I mean, I guess you could like, I'm trying to think, you know, this is one of those games where it's like, that's part of it, especially if you worked on this for like years and you're trying to put it out for Next Fest. But like, yeah, I don't know, but I do like the depth that like all the inner monologue stuff adds in the narration, because it does give you more of an insight, but I just don't know how you could speed up some parts of it. Yeah, this one's more of a novel, exactly. That's just kind of what it is. I would just, you know, realistically, in terms of what people look for in demos, they're going to look for something that goes much faster paced. And you can see some examples of that in the games I played yesterday. But yeah, you know, this one's definitely more of a slow burn kind of deal. The script is the size of one. Yeah, I believe it. My number is 1. That was his decision. Everyone's reaction was instantaneous, not so much because of the number he had chosen, but because he'd taken darts as his deal. But why 1? The data he had received confirmed to him that he didn't have 1, 5, 7, or 9. Among these safe choices, he had gone with 1, the most powerful beyond question. Giving out that number meant that the others could be sure that he didn't have the ability to kill anybody directly. It was another way to gain their trust. Okay, right. So he has to say... Wait. It's because he has to say a number that he doesn't have. Even though... I'm confused. So he doesn't know... Okay. He doesn't know his actual number. So he said a number that he thinks he does have. No. He said a number that he knows he doesn't have with the intent of convincing other people that he doesn't have it. I don't know. I'm a little confused by that. I thought the point was to get them to understand that he did have the number. I was very inspired by all the internal monologues from Fate's Day Night. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't read that one, to be honest, but I do know it's a big one. It's a famous one. Yeah, the, like, Umineko was sort of my inspiration, and I can see, like, that has a lot of monologues in that story, too. Like, and I'm pretty sure that one was inspired by, I don't know inspired by, but certainly influenced by those older visual novels. So, I can see that for sure. It does make it feel more like a book, like you're actually reading a book. I mean, even Zero Escape has sort of that going on. So, even so, his words seemed to have convinced them for now to search for an alternative that required no deaths. Or perhaps they had simply honored his bravery. Either way, nobody initiated an accusation, and Darts had no choice but to completely accept his proposal as promised. From then on, an oath to fulfill Rule 3, and in order to be decided at random, would have to be followed. So let me just clarify this for a second. Rule 3 is... one player will have to say their number publicly. Lying is allowed, but without repeating a number until all have been declared. If a lie is proven, the liar must declare their... Okay, so... I mean, I assume the strategy would be, he says his number, Yeah, the point. Okay, so you're saying the point was just to prove he was willing to be the first sacrifice, so he used one that the black coffee data confirmed wasn't his. Okay, gotcha. Got it. So that's the rule. Okay. Moreover, no one would be forced to share their real number by proving they lied. And with that, they manually concluded the council with their barman. It was then that the message arrived from the owner, the mastermind. They had to take their antidotes, but there were a few minutes left until the end of the hour when they would be distributed. Well, that wasn't so bad, was it? Lime stood up and stretched her arms. Nobody answered. Late stay tonight. That's funny. Speaking of that, I guess that's a reference, right? It'd have to be. I'll admit I didn't expect you to accept. You have my respect, especially with the choice of number. Thanks. Thanks? But if we don't find a way to escape, sooner or later we'll have to play the game for real. If someone takes the first step, everyone else will have to follow in order to survive. Coffee's voice was low, almost a whisper, but her words had weight. It could be said that Bill had managed to form a truce, but it was a fragile peace. Peace hanging only by a thread of hope. Then when did we decide that order and how? We should probably do it now. Then let's go, rock, paper, scissors. Papers, scissors. What's with your obsession with that game? Unless someone's got a better idea, I say we apply the ancient wisdom of optimum est simplex hakuna matata. Nothing beats the classics. Works for me. Let's let chance decide. Some didn't seem as convinced with the idea, but the majority had chosen and nobody had any better ones. Minutes later, the order had been decided. Bill, as the bystander, wrote it down in the notes section of his barman. So the results in order are: Council 2, cigar. 3, cocktail. 4, poker. Okay. 5, vodka. 6, coffee. 7, lime. 8, darts. 9, piano. 10, gin. How can I be this unlucky? You're really bad at rock, paper, scissors, huh? You can't be bad at a completely luck-based game. As for me, can't say I'm lucky after I ended up in this place. We need to get out of here ASAP. Less we get down the list, the better. But if it's your turn, you do it. Okay. So now what? That is the question. We should take our antidotes. The drink should be on the counter. I once read a novel with a murder where the killer used detergent to do it. Don't give me that look. It was a joke. Wasn't talking about killing you. Man, people have lost their sense of humor. Weird novel, I know. Sequel is better. I'm not sure if I'm familiar necessarily. Everyone else began to rise from the table, heading to the counter. For the time being, they would leave the place just as it was for use in future councils. A small, empty cry came from behind Bill. He immediately turned around and saw vodka lying on the floor. Are you okay? I mean, he is old, so I guess it could just happen, you know. Still breathing, so I could say I am. His body isn't what it used to be. Well, never was one for sports, so who am I kidding? Did you trip over something? There's nothing to trip on, though. The phantom banana peel is back. No, my body simply went poof, and here I am now. Just my age, nothing to get surprised over. This stuff happens sometimes. Even so, something was off. Bill put his hand to Vodka's forehead. That one was an inside joke. Okay. Fair enough. As he had feared, it was hot. A fever? Or maybe... Are you sure that's all it is? Truth be told, I'm sorry to say that I'm not a doctor. A shocker, I know. Everything's hazy. It has to be the poison. Oh, now that you mention it, that could be it, yes. And it's true, we really are poisoned. I feel slightly off as well, but that's about it. It would make sense for someone at his age to be weaker to the poison, however. We must hurry. By the time they got to the counter, the drinks were already on it waiting for them. They came down from that lift over there. It would be nice if we use it to get out of here. Too small though, and doesn't seem like there's any way to turn it on from here. Maybe the kid can fit. Hey. Have you tried putting him on it? Yeah, we could give it a shot. I'm too big to fit in there. I think what's happening to the screen, if I assume correctly, is the poison is taking effect and making it difficult for us to see what's happening. What we should do, and quick, is drink the antidotes. Cocktail pointed to the tray with the drinks. Each one has a name on it, and showed the glass in his hand, already empty with a label attached that said poker. I can say this, whoever made my cocktail has good taste. Cocktail took a sip of the one that carried his name. It was a small glass, a few centimeters, containing a transparent liquid. Okay. I feel like I want to rush through this just so that the thing overlaying the screen goes away. It's like, drink the antidote. They began to take drinks with the alleged antidote. Bill took his glass. He didn't know how much about the subject, so he had no idea what he was about to drink. Lemon taste. Not bad. There we go. Now it's back. We're back in business. All right. I think we've come to the conclusion of that segment. So again, I don't exactly have a whole lot of time today, so I think we're gonna close out of this game at this point. We covered quite a lot of it, and we went through a full cycle of it, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, definitely an interesting concept, and apparently this demo goes on for a lot longer. And I don't know if that was timed with just reading or with trying to voice act it all, so it could potentially be many more hours. So if you're watching this and you think that this is a pretty cool game, then I guess, you know, play the demo yourself, or better yet, wishlist it, right? So, but yeah, I do think this is pretty well done, and I do want to play through all of it at some point, but that is not today, but we did quite a bit. So also thank you to the developer who showed up in the chat and kept us entertained with some commentary, so that's pretty cool. That was chapter 3 in the demo. Okay, yeah. And also the other developer, team members of the development team who showed up. It was nice to have everybody here for that. So I'm gonna close out. That was fast. I really don't have that much time, but that took up, all of these games took up quite a bit, more than I was intending. But look at all these games, right? There's just so many. And even if we go to Next Fest, like, this is crazy. I was talking about this yesterday. There are literally 108 detective games, and we looked at those. Now if you look at mystery games, which is probably why I didn't see the Advent Horizon, I think that's what it's called, demo. Yeah, mystery 360, or no, 257. So 257 for mystery. I mean, these are even more games, right? Even more games. Some of these I did check out, but like Dark Auction. I mean, that could be interesting. I don't know. Berlin Apartment, right? There's something there. Narrative Adventure. There's all kinds of mystery games. It's like, yeah, there it is. Advent Dawn, that's what it was. Decrypto. I don't know. And then again, it's like, are these mystery games? Are they not? I don't know. It's just some of these are more thematic than actual mystery solving, but this is what it's all about, you know. There were definitely some other games I wanted to try, and maybe I'll try them out later at some point, or otherwise. But dang, there's just so much to do, too little time, and probably honestly I should just wrap up the stream here. But what do we have? Any? Yeah, so because we're getting to that time, and I should probably like. It might just be your algorithm, but it's nice to see your second. Yeah, very well could be my algorithm because like I have. I mean, if you just go up to like recommended games or whatever, yeah, recommended for you right here. There's like, they're all mystery games. Of course, a lot of these I wish listed, so they're showing up. But it's like, yeah, I can guarantee you that like if you wish list a bunch of mystery games, even if you don't necessarily buy them, well, I'm pretty sure. I can't really guarantee it because I don't know Steam's algorithm, but you know, I've purchased a lot of mystery games, and I didn't really see much of a difference in my algorithm when I saw games on my list, but wishlisting a bunch did make a difference, I believe. So, you know, if that's what you're trying to look for, I would suggest that as a strategy. Yeah, this turned out to be a pretty interesting one too. This was another Zero Escape style. Everyone wakes up and doesn't know what they're doing, why they're there. There's just so many. Like this one seemed different, right? Computer sim. This one could be historical, I think, right? So it's like, this one was good too. I did enjoy this one. It was short, but it did a good job. Psycho Sleuth, that could be interesting, right? Very anime inspired, high quality animations. Looks like there's just so much. I just don't really know. I don't know how to mention them all, right? It's like, how do you even play them all anymore? I don't know. But yeah, so one of them has a girl from the movie Angel's Egg. I don't know. I don't know which one you're referring to. I don't know that movie. I'll have to find that out. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, so for those who don't know who we are, the channel, what this is, so this is Mystery Game Dev, and actually we have a website, which is perhaps cooler. But yeah, basically the goal is to help out mystery games and game developers, like connect fans with the developers and developers with the fans, so that mystery games can be made easier and faster and better than ever before. And there's so, honestly, actually this list sort of needs to be updated, but you know, I'm working hard to make sure that things are happening. My goal is to have a, well, I sort of laid it out, kind of sort of in this post, why the masterclass was made. I just made an online course about how to make mystery games that explains everything that I know how to make one, that I've learned over the past 15 years of working on games like this and other games. But you know, the things that I want to do with mystery game dev, right? I want to categorize all types of mystery games. I want to connect fans and developers. I want to organize more events that are happening. We're going to be doing another event somewhat soon. That's another game jam. Where is it? That hopefully should be pretty cool. Cold case jam, where you finish your mystery game, because a lot of people, when they made the first game, or when they made the game for their mystery game jam, they don't necessarily always finish it. So if you have an unfinished game that you want to finish, I want there to be a time of year where we actually focus on that, because it kind of sucks to introduce a mystery and then never solve it. If you have people playing your game and they play it and they're really hooked on the mystery, but there's never an answer, that just kind of sucks. So, this is an opportunity to make that happen. And it's happening in 12 days it starts, and it'll run until the end of the year. So that's pretty cool. No pun intended. And, I'm trying to do things, right? I'm trying to get people on for the podcast. It does take a lot of work to do the podcast episodes, like, scripting it out, playing each game, writing up the questions, doing the interview, editing the video together. It's a lot of work. And at the moment, I've just been sort of doing this on my own for free, essentially for free, the occasional paid newsletter subscription. So that's why we have the course, because with the course, hopefully I can bring some revenue in and start doing this full time for real. Until then, I won't be able to do that, and it's just going to have to become a backseat thing that I do every so often when I get free time. So the more people support Mystery Game Dev, the more I can dedicate my time and effort to things like this. So yeah, I appreciate it. So I do appreciate all the support I get, because I know that, like I say up here, like people want this to happen. I can't tell you how many times people have said that they like having the Discord server as a place to chat. They like having the website to find games. They like all these things that I'm doing, and I just want to keep doing more stuff. And especially when I get to making tools, I have some in development right now that I haven't really shown off too much, but I know that between the tools and the educational videos, we can do a lot to make mystery game development a lot faster. We can reduce 3 or 5 years of work down to just maybe 3 or 5 months of work. I think that would be a good starting point. Because that's a massive game changer for people. Is they struggle with this kind of thing, and I know it firsthand myself, and friends that I've known for years. They struggle with their games because they take so long to make. It costs a lot to acquire the resources to make them, and there needs to be a streamlined process. Like, I think if the tools existed, if there were frameworks people could use to quickly get this stuff done, you wouldn't feel the pressure to, well, first off, like, part of it's just making a better product. If you have tools and resources that can help you make something better, then that's a good thing. Right? You can make something higher quality if you have tools to help you speed up the process. But also the risk is lower because you're taking less time to create the same thing, so you can try more things out within the same amount of time. So the risk is lowered and your product quality is better, and that's what I'm trying to do. So that's my goal, and I think that's like the first step. And then beyond that, it's just reaching more people. So starting point is make your game faster and better, and then reach out to more people. And I think like that's the most reasonable strategy I can come up with. Yeah, for you, it's been almost 8 years. Yeah, that's relatable though. 8 years since the original idea, 5 since proper development. Yeah, see that it happens. And I've in some of the podcast episodes, the developers I interviewed, you can go watch them. They say, yeah, it's been 3 years, or 2 or 3 years, something like that. I know another friend of mine worked on a game for actually 8 years of development, and I know that I've not been working consistently on my game for that long, but I started it, and like I started the sequel to Detective Butler in, like, I guess you could say the end of 2014. I don't know, it depends on how you count the years, but like active development was like 2015 to 2017, something like that. And so I don't know, there's been a few years, but like it's just been something I had to put on hold for a long time. And I just want to get back to doing it, for one thing, but also in finishing it. But you can really get confused by your own story if you're not careful. And that was the thing that held me up, basically, was that I had made a story so complicated, I didn't know what to do with it. And then I had made a bunch of gameplay mechanics that I didn't know what to do with. Like, they didn't necessarily work with the story that I had made. And so there's so much that goes into uh, these elements of it, understanding what a mystery is, planning your game appropriately from the start with the right scope, um, knowing what makes for good setting and characters, and the logical path of that the clues take you to the solution, even if it's more of an open-ended mystery, like the games that we covered today. They're going to have to be clues and twists and turns, right? Like, I mean, even in an ontological mystery, there's going to be twists, and in order to have a twist, you need clues. So it's still relevant to that genre. Adding interactivity, right? That's the part of that makes it a game, and actually prototyping it, that's the thing that decides whether it's even a good idea to continue for the rest of development. And so I cover all 6 of these things in the course that I just put out. And, you also get some bonuses if you purchase it early. And I also added a payment plan option in case you can't afford the whole thing at once, maybe spread it out over 3 months. That might help you out. The point is, though, it's there, it's available, and it's the best way to currently support what I'm doing. So, yeah, and if we just get a few people doing that, that would actually help out a lot. So, no pressure or anything, but, I do at least want to offer something to people if they want to support what I'm doing. Let's see. The biggest problem is we're lacking a budget. Yeah, that's relatable. Yeah, between a low budget and a big scope, that's like an idea killer, basically. I had the same problem. In terms of that, it's just like you want to actually, I mean, you can stick with a small budget, but have a small scope. The smart thing to do, if I could go back in time, is just like stick to a bunch of mystery games that I can do in a very short amount of time. Like I would say, I mean, you're not going to be that great at it at first, but you reduce your mystery game down to like 1 month of development, and maybe you'll get it done in 3. If you aim for 1 month, it'll take 3, and just keep reducing the scope as much as you can, and then get some repetitions in, get some practice in. But I do think having the right tools, having dedicated tools to help this out, help the whole process out, I think that'll speed it up for a lot of people. But yeah, there are many games out there. Like if you compare mystery games to all indie video games, indie games are currently thriving on like smaller games that are much shorter in terms of like length. And there are some very successful mystery games lately that are short games, like 2 to 3 hours long or even less. So length doesn't need to be a factor. Like it's sort of a misconception that people have that they need to make their mystery game really big. Usually it's just because they want to, myself included. You want to come up with a big story just for fun, but it can. I like to say it can quickly turn a dream job into a nightmare. If you're not careful about that. So, there's a lot I could say on the topic, but yeah. And if you want to access it, if you want to learn more, go to mysterygamedev.com. You will find the website right here from which you can access all the other cool stuff. mysterygamedev.com/news will take you to our Substack, and mysterygamedev.com/CTC, meaning clueless to creator. That'll take you to the course, or if you just go right here. So that's everything. There's just so much in here. And I plan to do free videos on YouTube as well. But like, it's not going to cover the stuff that's in here, right? I do want to do videos on YouTube more frequently where I'm like breaking down mystery games so you can see how these concepts work. But I do think these are the keys to like making things happen. I've tried to do this in a way that I think I'm actually going to be able to use these myself, making mystery games going forward. I think that's going to help me a lot. So, and it kind of really blew my mind that like when I started crafting all of these lessons that they actually apply to the game I already made. Like I was able to reverse engineer my own game and like, oh yeah, that's how I structured it. That's why it works. That's why it got positive reviews at the time. So, that's all I can really say as far as that's concerned. But, again, if you enjoyed the stream, consider something, even if you can't do it yourself, consider sharing with a friend, who might be interested, or just letting people know about the newsletter, about the website, about the Discord server, right? And, we'll do what we can. But I do have a lot planned. I have a lot of ideas. I have a lot of motivation to make things happen. And with your support, I'm gonna do it. So that's just how it's gonna be. So I do hope that this was a fun stream for people, and that also yesterday's was fun. I don't know how often I'll be able to make this on a regular basis, just because of the current situation I'm dealing with right now. But I would prefer to do it more often than not. But yeah, if you want to sign up for the newsletter, you will see I'll make a post about Next Fest tomorrow. That'll be coming out on Monday, because every Monday is newsletter day. So I guess we've reached the end of the stream. So yeah, thank you all for watching. It's been another exciting day, but yeah, we're just gonna wrap it up here. So yeah, I don't know what else to say, but thank you all for watching, and we'll do this again sometime where I play through more games. I should have been doing it sooner, I know, but I've had a lot on my plate, so we will do something like this again. So look forward to it. All right.